FBI. You have a federal warrant for this address. Keep your hands up and follow orders. This is the FBI. We have a warrant for this.
They handcuffed me and my wife out here. They wanted me to sit on the curb while they were carrying this out, something that I refused to do. They wanted my wife to sit on the curb out here, that she refused to do.
As I was coming out, this big old drone met me.
The only revolutionary organization that's done something here on the ground practically for African people is the one that's come under attack. Institution that offers a community radio station, a newspaper, a commercial kitchen, an Aquaba Hall rental space, and community office for our organizers. That was the building that has come under attack.
Need a breach? What do you need?
Need one.
I don't know.
Oh, it's hold back that money.
Hold
No,
on.
thank you.
We will build a movement of white people that says hands
Yes.
off the Uhuru Movement.
They see in the African People's Socialist Party a vanguard for the struggle for the liberation of our people. They see that because not just what we do here in the United States, but because we had the temerity to do like Garvey, to do like Malcolm X, and take the struggle of black people around the world.
Uhuru, and welcome back to the official broadcast of the free speech trial of the century, the U.S. government versus the Uhuru Three. My name is Stephanie Midler, and I'm a member of the African People's Solidarity Committee, an organization of white people formed in 1976 by Chairman Omali Yeshitela, working under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party, winning white people into principled solidarity with the African liberation movement and the struggle for reparations to African people. I am also a member of the Hands Off Uhuru, Hands Off Africa Steering Committee, which for more than 2 years now has waged a relentless counteroffensive against the U.S. government's attempt to silence the voice of Chairman Omali Yeshitela and the Uhuru Movement. I'm coming to you live from St. Louis, Missouri, the headquarters of the African People's Socialist Party and the home of the dynamic anti-gentrification and economic development program of the party, known as the Black Power Blueprint. And again, today I am joined by Comrade Mariah, also a member of the Hands Off Uhuru Fight Back Committee, who will be the co-host of today's broadcast. Uhuru, Comrade Mariah.
Uhuru, thank you, Stephanie. I'm honored to serve as one of the hosts of today's broadcast and to support the counteroffensive being waged by the Hands Off Uhuru Fight Back Committee for what is certainly the most important free speech case of our time.
Uhuru. So we opened the broadcast this morning with a video of the violent pre-dawn raids that were carried out by the U.S. government through the FBI on July 29th of 2022, raids that took place at 7 homes and offices of the African People's Socialist Party in both St. Louis, Missouri and St. Petersburg, Florida. 9 months after that violent attack, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, the chairman of the African People's Socialist Party, and 2 leaders of the party's solidarity movement, Penny Hess, chairwoman of the African People's Solidarity Committee, and Jesse Neville, chair of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, were indicted on bogus charges of being agents of the Russian government. We are clear that these charges are an absolute attack on free speech and the people's right to come to our own positions regarding matters of national and international policy of the U.S. government.
Closing arguments took place yesterday at the trial of the Uhuru 3, which began last week on Tuesday, September 3rd. The jury is set to begin deliberations at 9 a.m. Eastern today. Cameras are not allowed in the court, so for the last 7 days, Burning Spear Media has been working to ensure that the people are informed of what is happening in court every day through this trial, through this live broadcast. We know that this is critically important for the people to have access to the truth about Chairman Omali Yeshitela, the history and work of the APSP and Uhuru Movement, so we are bringing you this daily broadcast that includes live trial updates in English, French, and Spanish, historical footage and classical presentations from Chairman Omali Yeshitela and other Uhuru Movement leaders. Even as this trial has ended and we wait to hear from the jury, we will continue to show you who Chairman Omali Yeshitela and the Uhuru 3 are, and we will continue to show you the history, work, and trajectory of the Uhuru Movement, so that you, the people, can have the confidence to know that it is the state who is guilty of attacking the people's constitutional right to free speech, and that the Uhuru 3 are absolutely not guilty of the charges being leveled against them. Right now, I'd like to turn it back over to Comrade Stephanie, who will read the trial update for yesterday, Tuesday, September 10th. Uhuru, Stephanie.
Uhuru, Mariah, thank you. Yes, I have the honor of reading the trial update and summary for yesterday, Tuesday, September 10th, 2024. Trial day 6, defense presents evidence, both sides close. On Tuesday, September 10th, 2024, the jury and observers saw evidence supporting the innocence of the Uhuru 3 and heard closing arguments in the free speech trial of Chairman Omali Yeshitela, Penny Hess, and Jesse Neville. Uhuru 3 attorney Addie Griffin presented documents and videos demonstrating the consistency of the views and work of the African People's Socialist Party spanning over 50 years. She displayed articles opposing U.S. wars and military intervention in Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, Grenada, Syria, and Ukraine that were printed in the issues of the Burning Spear newspaper going back decades. She played video recordings of interviews, meetings, and broadcasts featuring Chairman Omali, showing the self-directed message that he delivers to introduce him to the jury. Griffin introduced the pamphlet Tactics and Strategy, written by Chairman Omali, then known as Joseph Waller, in 1977, that has guided the work of the African People's Socialist Party ever since. She read a segment that refutes the idea that Chairman Omali of Chairman Omali being willing to take direction or come under the control of the Russian government. Quote, "Our first and most important objective should be to win Black people to the position of political independence. If the masses of Black people are not won over to the position of independence, there will be no independence for Black people. It is as simple and clear as that." End quote. Griffin also read point number 4 from the African People's Socialist Party's platform, adopted in 1979, that reads, quote, "We want the right to free speech and political association, a guarantee of the right to work for the betterment and emancipation of Black people without fear of political imprisonment and the loss of life, limb, and livelihood. We believe that the liberation of African people throughout the world will come primarily as a result of our own efforts. We believe it is our duty to our mothers and fathers, our children and ourselves, to organize ourselves, to overcome our oppression. We believe that the rights to organize and speak out against our oppression are basic human rights, and that the US government must discontinue its attempts to smash these rights and must discontinue criminal attacks on those African patriots who work for the betterment and emancipation of our people, end quote. The DOJ prosecutors repeated their baseless accusations that the Uhuru Three have been secret agents in a Russian government conspiracy to sow discord and interfere in elections. They showed the jurors some diagrams to illustrate their story. They reviewed the same email and WhatsApp communications shown earlier in the trial and painted a picture of Russian interference reminiscent of the Cold War. In her closing argument, Attorney Griffin accused the DOJ and FBI of being the only conspirators in the room, having conducted criminal activity by holding a press conference and issuing an indictment that accused Jesse Neville of inviting Russian interference into his local mayoral campaign, and then yesterday admitting they knew they had no evidence whatsoever to back it up. Subsequent reports on the Uhuru Three free speech trial will include publication of the entire closing arguments. Jury deliberations begin Wednesday morning. So that is in about an hour, and we encourage everybody watching to stay tuned to handsoffuhuru.org for updates, calls to action. There's also a jury watch clock that will start at 9 a.m. Eastern today to measure the time that the jury has deliberated. And again, that clock and all the updates and more is at handsoffuhuru.org.
Now we want to bring to you the African Nation Fight Song, written and composed by African People's Socialist Party member, Comrade Alika Ngoma Uhuru.
Africa's best daughters and sons. Patrice Lumumba's life won't be in vain. We are winning. Keep up the work in Marcus Garvey's name. We are winning. Independent and free is what we will be. We are winning. Africa will bask in our victory. We are winning. Long live the liberation of our African nation. Freedom to organization. Socialist world, our creation. 1 billion strong, yes, we are one. We are winning.
Uhuru to that incredible African Nation fight song. And it is a perfect introduction to the video that we now bring you of the powerful rally in support of the Uhuru 3 organized by the December 12th movement outside the office of neo-colonial politician Hakeem Jeffries in Brooklyn, New York.
Touch one! Touch all! Touch one! Touch all! Free the Uhuru 3! Free the Uhuru 3! Free the Uhuru 3! Free the Uhuru 3! Never give up! Never give up! Never give up! Never give up! Finish the gig! Finish the gig! Never give up! Never give up! Touch one! Touch all! Touch one! Touch all! From Tampa! From Tampa! To Bed-Stuy! To Bed-Stuy! We do or we die! 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 So never give up! Never give up! Black power! Black power! Black people! Black people! Never give up! Never give up! Straight ahead! Straight ahead! Straight ahead! Straight ahead! Fight on, Omali! Fight on, Omali! Fight on, Penny! Fight on, Penny! Fight on, Jesse! Fight on, Jesse! We will win! 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 Win! Now! Win! Now! Win! Now!
Uhuru, what an incredibly powerful mobilization on yesterday. The Hands Off Uhuru Fight Back Coalition salutes our comrades in the December 12th movement and all those who planned and attended the incredible rally in support of the Uhuru 3. What a dynamic action in defense of our comrades and of the people's right to engage in anti-colonial free speech. Uhuru. So I want to take a moment to call on people to participate in another important campaign in defense of the Uhuru 3, and that's our ongoing calling campaign. You can find the details about this campaign by going to our website, handsoffuhuru.org, and clicking on the green button for the call-in. And I want to take a moment now to just talk about the significance of the call-in and to go through the instructions. So as you can see here, this is the homepage of the handsoffuhuru.org website. And you scroll down just a tiny bit, and there's the Participate in International Calling Campaign to Defend the Uhuru 3 button. When you click on that, it brings you to the instructions for the phone calls to the DOJ and the other people we're going to call. So I just want to say, this is something that people can do no matter where you are. If you're like me, and I'm sure everyone out there is, you want to be in Tampa right now. You want to show your support. You want to do whatever you can, like those comrades, from December 12th. We are all behind the Uhuru 3, and this is one way that you can contribute right now, no matter where you are. Help send a message to the world that we are watching this case, we are invested in this case, we're engaged in it, and that we understand the significance of this case to the question of free speech, and by participating in this campaign. So when you go to the instructions, the next slide shows a little bit of like instructions about how to do the calls. This is very strategic, what we're asking people to do, how to act during the calls, what to say, what not to say. This is the best approach to get the best results. So that gives you a little rundown on the first slide. The next slide goes into the first call that you'll make, which is the call to the DOJ. It gives you the number and it gives you the script to follow. And a really important part of the script is the case number, which you want to make sure and give and repeat it slowly so they know exactly what we're referring to. The next slide goes to the call to the White House, gives you the number and the little script again. And the next one is the instructions for calling your senators and representatives. And this slide has a link there. You can see the blue hyperlink that takes you to a website where you can look up who your senators and representatives are in case you don't know and don't have their phone numbers handy. You put in your address here and look up the location. And it gives you who those people are. Oh, that's great. That's a little sample of how to do it. And then there they are with their phone numbers and everything. Very, very helpful. And then like the other slides, it gives you the sample wrap that you can use when you're speaking. Make sure and take notes when you're doing the calls. Note the date that you called, the time that you called. The last slide on these instructions are for doing follow-up calls. So you can call every day and you can do follow-up calls to say, I called the other day, I'm calling back, and it gives you that little script. So you're not repeating the same thing again, but just putting on that pressure, making sure that they really feel it. So this is excellent. We have confirmations from organizations out there that you're calling, you're asking your organization to call. We've seen organizations sending it out to their email lists for people to participate in the calling campaign. We salute that. Uhuru, thank you, and continue to do it. All of these efforts together are really making a difference and having an impact in this important campaign. So I'm going to hand it back over to you, Mariah, to introduce the next section. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Coming up next on our broadcast is an interview of Chairman Omali Yeshitela on System Update with Glenn Greenwald. This interview, conducted on February 1st, 2024, opens with a pointed analysis by Greenwald of the bogus nature of the charges made against the Uhuru 3, followed by a discussion with the Chairman Omali Yeshitela on System Update. Enjoy.
This democratic fixation on Russia is now resulting in a criminal process, a very serious one, charging American citizens who are lifelong political activists, leftist anti-war activists of the kind of old left that opposes U.S. imperialism, that of course is going to be opposed to a NATO war in Europe in order to weaken Russia. And because these citizens, all of whom belong to this black left-wing socialist party, are outspoken opponents of Joe Biden's policy in the war in Ukraine, the Biden Justice Department decided to charge them with the felony of being agents of the Kremlin and failing to file the required forms on the flimsiest basis imaginable. Here's the AP reporting on the indictment when it was first unveiled in April. The U.S. charges 4 Americans and 3 Russians in election discord case. Quote, the 4 Americans are all part of the African People's Socialist Party and Uhuru Movement, which has locations in St. Petersburg, Florida, and St. Louis. Among those charged is Omali Yeshitela, chairman of the U.S.-based organization, which was raided by the FBI last summer when the Russian, also accused, Yunov, was originally charged. Much of the alleged cooperation involves support for Russia's invasion of Ukraine. In March 2022, Yeshitela held a news conference in which he said, quote, the African People's Socialist Party calls for unity with Russia in its defensive war in Ukraine against the world's colonial powers. He also called for the independence of the Russian-occupied Donetsk region in eastern Ukraine. Now, feel free to disagree with that view. I've never argued the Russians are justified, but when I had Norman Finkelstein on my show, he actually yelled at me for only limiting myself to opposing U.S. support for Ukraine, telling me that if I really believed all the arguments I was making, which he does, namely that NATO is purposely expanding as much up to the Russian border eastward as possible in a way to deliberately threaten and provoke the Russians, that you should have to believe that the Russians were justified in that invasion. That's a position that he believes, that it was was NATO and the U.S. who provoked the war. You can disagree with that, but the fact that Norman Finkelstein believes that is completely unsurprising to me, given how consistent it is with everything he's argued his whole life. If someone were to try and tell me that he was only advocating that because he was a Russian agent, I would laugh in their face. It's so obvious that that's a view he reached through his own intellectual autonomy. It's the natural byproduct of his ideology. And the same is true for this left-wing party. It would be shocking if they did anything other than side with Russia against NATO, given their 5-decade history of opposing U.S. foreign policy from the left. And yet, here's the Department of Justice, the Office of Public Affairs, announcing their indictment. Quote, U.S. citizens and Russian intelligence officers charged with conspiring to use United States citizens as illegal agents of the Russian government. Defendants sought to sow discord, spread pro-Russia propaganda, and interfere in elections within the United States. Now, we have seen for 7 years how dangerous these concepts are. Of every time you say something that aligns with Russian interest, even if that's not your motive, you get accused of being a pro-Russian propagandist. In fact, we've deconstructed studies before that accused acts of allowing pro-Russian propaganda when all they meant by that is anybody who says anything that promotes the interests of the Russian government. So if you don't want the United States government to fund the war in Ukraine, which is every bit your right as an American citizen to advocate, it of course is a view that aligns with the interests of the Russian government. That doesn't mean that you're acting on behalf of the Russian government or at its behest or at its direction. Anything that you argue might happen to align with the interests of Russia. People who opposed coups and Cold Wars during the Cold War in the name of fighting the Soviet Union were advocating views that might have aligned with Russian interests. It didn't mean they were agents of the Kremlin. Here's the DOJ's press release. Quote, a federal grand jury in Tampa, Florida returned a superseding indictment charging 4 U.S. citizens and 3 Russian nationals with working on behalf of the Russian government and in conjunction with the FSB to conduct a multi-year foreign malign influence campaign in the United States. Among other conduct, the indictment alleges that the Russian defendants recruited, funded, and directed U.S. political groups to act as unregistered illegal agents of the Russian government and sow discord and spread pro-Russian propaganda. The indicted intelligence officers in particular participated in covertly funding and directing candidates for local office within the United States. Russia's Foreign Intelligence Service allegedly weaponized our First Amendment rights, freedom Russia denies to its own citizens, to divide Americans and interfere in elections in the United States, said the Assistant Attorney General responsible for this indictment. This department will not hesitate to expose and prosecute those who sow discord and corrupt U.S. elections in service of foreign interests, regardless of whether the culprits are U.S. citizens or foreign individuals abroad. If you look at the indictment, other than the receipt over 6 years of a trivial sum of money by this party, $7,000 over 6 years, that the U.S. government alleges came not from Russians, but Russians affiliated with the Russian government, the entire indictment is based entirely and exclusively on the political activism and the political advocacy of this party and its members, and is trying to criminalize their political opinion, to criminalize their dissent against the U.S. government. And what's amazing is there was so little coverage of this case, in part because right-wing media were reluctant to rise in defense of a black left-wing socialist party, And then there were a lot of liberals who were reluctant to rise and criticize the Biden Justice Department. One of the people who actually covered the case at the time and denounced it vehemently was Glenn Beck. But the only person with a corporate media job, a corporate media platform, who covered this case and denounced it was the white nationalist Tucker Carlson. I say white nationalist in quotes because it is gospel in liberal discourse that he is a racist and a white nationalist, and yet he is the only one out of all of them willing to rise in defense of the constitutional rights of these black American leftists. I went on a show to talk about the case, but he also did his monologues on it and called on his show the leader of this party and had a very amiable conversation with him. Here's part of what he said.
But not anymore. According to the indictment, the criminals in question, quote, wrote articles that contained Russian propaganda and disinformation. Huh? They also gave speeches and posted videos that annoyed the State Department. Here's one of them.
There's a discussion about Russian military border buildup on its border with Ukraine, and how this represents a terrible threat to Ukraine by Russians. But there is no acknowledgement of the history that took us to this place, how the U.S. overthrew, participated in facilitating the overthrow of a government in Ukraine that was friendly to the Soviet Union. Nor does it talk about the history of this relationship between Ukraine and Russia. This is an ongoing aggression. It did not just start. It's been going on for a while, but the U.S. government relies on the ignorance of the people in this country and much of the world that's facilitated by people like Zuckerberg.
So, for whatever it's worth, we're not really sure who that guy is. We know he's American. Pretty sure that on a lot of issues, we likely would not agree with him. A lot of what he just said in that video seems to be true. But even if it weren't true, even if he was wrong, it would still be constitutionally protected speech. In a free country, which we had until recently, you are allowed by definition to have dumb opinions. Most of us do, but not anymore. So that man you just saw is facing 10 years behind bars for expressing views about Ukraine that the Biden administration doesn't want to hear. That's terrifying. Does no one else think that's terrifying? It is terrifying. And to that man's credit, whoever he is, he saw it coming. Here he is at a rally last month.
They have declared that black people are so stupid that it takes Russians to tell us that we are oppressed. I have never known a moment of black freedom for my entire life. I have never read of a moment since the beginning of a colonial mode of production where black people have been free. And yet they're saying that we are agents of some foreign power because we say black people must be free.
Okay, again, we're not defending that guy because we agree with all of his views. We probably don't. That is totally irrelevant. Whether you agree with what someone is saying has nothing to do with his right to say it. Americans are allowed to say what they think is true, period. So much. Greenwald is the host of...
It is really remarkable that we got to the point where the only person in corporate media, on television, or in major newspapers willing to stand in defense of the free speech rights of a black, left-wing, anti-war socialist group is Tucker Carlson. But that is the society in which we live. Neoliberals and Democrats have zero belief in free speech. Zero. If you look at the indictment, here it is the indictment, the superseding indictment. It's from January 2nd, 2024. You see the, I actually think this is the court ruling, if I'm not mistaken, where the defendants actually filed a motion asking for dismissal of this case on the grounds that everything they're accused of doing is protected by the First Amendment. When you file a motion to dismiss before it goes to trial or anything else, you basically say, we're going to assume for the sake of argument that everything the government alleges that we did is something that we in fact did. And the argument was, even if we did everything the government says we did, it is still cannot be a crime because everything we did is protected by the First Amendment. And yet the magistrate judge decided that They would not dismiss this case, meaning it's likely to go to trial, and essentially had an argument about free speech that was warped beyond belief in terms of what the free speech clause actually permits. Here is part of what the court said, quote, by the motion, defendants argue the superseding indictment should be dismissed on First Amendment free speech grounds because the superseding indictment directly targets political speech and the law with which they're charged is unconstitutional as applied. Now, the law that they're charged with doesn't say it's illegal to be a foreign agent of the Russian government or any other government. It says that if you're acting on behalf of a foreign government, you have to file a disclosure form, the FARA disclosure form, that identifies yourself as being that, and that they failed to do so. Now, this is the kind of law that they almost never invoke against anybody, but they suddenly decided to do so when they wanted to prosecute people like Paul Manafort. This is the kind of law that they dragged out. And the court goes on, quote, the United States contends that Section 951 targets Democrats' conduct rather than speech and is constitutional as applied under an intermediate scrutiny standard. On September 28, 2023, this court held a hearing on the matter. Based upon the parties' briefs and the overall record, the undersigned finds that defendants' arguments must fail at this time and therefore recommends that defendants' motion be denied. What the court essentially said, and just to hear it, doesn't even pass the laugh test, is that there was nothing ideological or political about this prosecution. In other words, if this had been, say, a standard pro-Biden liberal group that loved Ukraine and flew the Ukraine flag and was highly supportive of the U.S. role in Ukraine and cheered Biden for doing it, but met with Ukrainians and over the course of 6 years received some trivial sum of money, the Biden Justice Department would have prosecuted them too. And that it's therefore a viewpoint neutral prosecution having nothing to do with the First Amendment. Anyone who believes that or who purports to believe that is either incredibly naive or a blatant liar. Of course, the reason this prosecution was brought was because these people are dissidents. They're anti-establishment dissidents. And they're critics of the Biden administration's foreign policy and its role in Ukraine. And they're getting called Russian agents not because they're incapable of thinking for themselves or forming anti-war ideas without being told by Russian officials what to say and think, which is the rather condescending and insulting premise of this indictment, but instead because the United States government, especially under the Biden administration, sees anybody who opposes their policies and their wars, especially the ones pertaining to Ukraine, as being a Russian agent. And because the leader of this party had traveled to Russia, something that's very legal to do, I've done it twice, and received $7,000 over the course of 6 years in donations from people they say were linked to the Russian government, and then made statements, political statements of exactly the type you would expect a person like this, given his long history of activism, to say. This is an 81-year-old man who was raided by the FBI with guns pointed at him and his wife in the early morning, even though he obviously poses a threat to nobody. The type of prosecution this is very recognizable. It's one to criminalize dissent and to scare everybody in the United States from understanding that if they too oppose the U.S. government's efforts with regard to Russia, they can be criminally prosecuted as being a Russian agent. This is not a new tactic. It was done throughout the entire Cold War. It culminated and found its most disgraceful expression in the McCarthy era, but it has been completely rejuvenated for different ends and primarily by Democrats and neoliberals. So we sat down right before the show live just to accommodate them and their time, and we spoke with the chairman of this party, Omali Yeshitela, and his lawyer, Leonard Goodman, who, as I said, is a criminal defense lawyer. He's also an adjunct professor of law at DePaul, who has taken on the case pro bono because he understands, as Tucker Carlson does, the free speech rights that are being attacked for everybody. Imagine if the government can win this case, and if they can prove that you said things that they believe is pro-Russian propaganda, which means basically everything that criticizes the Democratic Party, or that you intended to do so with the intent to influence the election, which is every bit the right of an American citizen to do, that they now have a legal foundation to accuse you of being an agent of a foreign power? It is hard to overstate the threat that this poses to the free speech rights and First Amendment rights. And even if they ultimately win, they're going to have huge costs. Even though their lawyer is acting pro bono to his great credit, there's all kinds of costs with having to get expert witnesses. The government intends to bring expert witnesses to testify about how disinformation works. You can imagine what kind of people those are going to be. So during the interview, and we're going to post at the end of the show as well, how you can contribute to their legal defense fund, which I hope you will. It'll also be in the description in the video, and they both give that information. But this is a serious case, even though you might think it is a small party, it's a fringe party, but the case itself is very serious. And one of the strategies governments use is they purposely bring the case against people who you might feel a little bit uncomfortable by aligning with or defending. I actually found him to be incredibly well-spoken. You get a very clear sense of exactly what he is, of the political movement out of which he emerged in the 1960s. He's very rational, he's very thoughtful. The idea that he's a puppet being told to oppose the war in Ukraine simply because Russian officials are telling him to is something that I think you'll instinctively realize is not even plausible. And Mr. Goodman, his lawyer, makes a very strong case as well about why this case is incredibly frivolous. Frivolous though it is very dangerous, and so we intend to keep reporting on it. And here's the interview that we conducted just a few moments before we started our live show, both with the chairman of the African People's Socialist Party, who faces 15 years in prison, and his lawyer, Leonard Goodman. Gentlemen, good evening. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us tonight. I think your case is so important, and I'm really happy for the opportunity to talk with you about it. And if you don't mind, let me begin with Chairman Yeshitela, because I want to understand a little bit, or I want the audience to understand a little bit more about the African People's Socialist Party, which is at the heart of this prosecution. It's an organization of which you're the chairman. You've been at it for a long time. So just tell us a little bit about the history of the party. When was it formed, and in what ideology or for what reasons was the party created?
Well, the party was formed formally in 1972, but I was a member of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC, that made a significant move within the civil rights movement within 1966 to call for Black Power. And this was a major change in development of the civil rights movement itself, where one trend of our movement, which is historical, has been there all along, moved toward actual accomplishing self-determination, as opposed to simply trying to integrate into American society. And based on the struggle to be able to have self-reliance, feed, clothe, house ourselves, just be a self-reliant people. And so in 1972, after many years of involvement, first with the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, I spent time in prison in St. Petersburg, Florida, for having removed a horrible, offensive mural that was on the City Hall wall, an 8 by 10 foot mural there that depicted African people in grotesque caricature. And after pleading with the mayor for a while, I led a demonstration in City Hall that resulted ultimately in our taking the mural down from the wall, and was sentenced to 5 years in prison for that act after having been charged with 11 different offenses, and spent time in prison as a consequence of that, in and out of prison for a while. Got out of prison on bond, or on the 4 days before the assassination of Martin Luther King. I participated in a demonstration in Gainesville, Florida. And on my way to Florida on the Greyhound bus, I arrived and learned that King had been killed. The demonstration I was going there to attend was to help defend some young African men, black men, who had been imprisoned there. And when I got there, learned King had been killed, and the character of the demonstration changed, revolving around his assassination. I was arrested there, one of the first two persons who was arrested on a law that had just been created called inciting to riot that did not require a riot to occur. It was a thought crime in that it required me to have wanted a riot to occur after having made a speech. So I spent some time in jail through that, and in the process of all of this, we concluded after a period that it was not good enough just to be involved in protest, that we had to be able to build a movement that was about achieving power over our lives, and determined that the best vehicle for doing that was a political party. That was the basis for the founding of the African People's Socialist Party. And at some juncture during this work, we also concluded that the struggle of black people in this country was part of a much broader struggle of black people around the world, that it began when we were first introduced into this country, that is to say black people at gunpoint. And so we began a movement to connect the struggle of Africans here with Africans everywhere, and with the struggle of colonized peoples around the world. And so that's kind of sort of the history of and motivation of the African People's Socialist Party and of me.
Yeah, so I mean, that last point that you made is a crucial part of really why I asked what I think connects so much to this case. Typically on Martin Luther King Day, what has become this federal holiday, I often feature what, for me, was, I think, one of his most interesting speeches given in Harlem exactly a year to the date before he was killed in 1967, where he explained why he had come to the conclusion that domestic activism on racism and racial equality was insufficient, why, similar to what you just said, it was inextricably linked to questions of U.S. foreign policy, U.S. behavior in the world, and in particular, in that moment, for him, that meant opposition to the war in Vietnam. It was something where he kind of expanded his focus to the consternation of a lot of liberals at the time, where he began focusing on anti-war activism. And of course, in the 60s and the 70s, anti-war activism was often linked with the American left, although there were parts of the American right that were more isolationist, but largely it was viewed as a left-wing cause. Interestingly, at least when it comes to certain wars like the NATO-US war in Ukraine against Russia, opposition to that war has now gotten cast as almost a right-wing cause, which is very bizarre to me. I presume it's pretty bizarre to you too, having been at this for even longer. And in cases like the one that you're currently involved in, where the question is somebody acting as an agent of a foreign government? Typically, when I think of someone who's acting as an agent of a foreign government, that to me is somebody who's like a lobbyist, somebody who's saying things that they don't believe because they're being paid to say them or to work on behalf of a foreign government. In this case, in the case of your advocacy against U.S. involvement in Ukraine, or even your advocacy where you end up siding on the side of Russia in certain controversies, do you see that as consistent with the activism and ideology that you've been pursuing and defending for decades?
It's very much consistent with it. The fact is that that it's very disingenuous for the United States government to charge us of not having agency, that we're working on behalf of a foreign government. The fact is that I was in Belfast, Ireland in 1983, and working in solidarity with the Irish people in opposition to British colonialism. I was in Nicaragua at the time of the Reagan inauguration, in opposition to U.S. policy, in solidarity with the people of Nicaragua, who had just won their freedom despite the policies of the United States government. In fact, it was a time of extreme turmoil that even changed some policies of the United States government in terms of how it would characterize people like me who were talking about freedom, and had determined that
that people who were engaged in struggles like in Nicaragua and El Salvador that had emerged would no longer be, it wouldn't be tolerated in terms of calling them freedom fighters. They would be characterized as terrorists. And so I was in Spain, invited to speak in Spain by an NGO that was supported by the Spanish government. I was there in 2007. And when I spoke there, I spoke also in opposition to U.S. policies that were impacting on peoples around the world. I was invited to speak at Oxford Union, and I spoke there in 2019. And I opened my presentation in 2019 expressing solidarity with the government of Venezuela that at the time was being challenged by United States policy as well. So this is historically what we've been about. And so this whole notion that somehow we become an employee of Russia because I visited Moscow and got marching orders, from Moscow at that point. That's been responsible for the fact that we ran and participated in elections, not gun battles, but elections. Participated in elections in St. Petersburg, Florida, for mayor, for city council, 2017, 2019. We ran candidates on reparations and things like that, that suddenly we are learning is a consequence of a relationship to Russia and not due to the agency of black people. And even the whole nonsense about Russia hiring us to talk about genocide. I mean, we held a convention, a tribunal on reparations for black people in the United States in 1982 in New York City, and used international law as a basis for that. And one of those laws was the UN Convention on the punishment and on the prevention and punishment of the crime of genocide. So it's disingenuous. There's nothing that we're doing now that we haven't been doing for the last 50 years.
Yeah, I mean, it's so bizarre, you can go back decades, of course, to the Cold War, and it found its most disgraceful expression in the McCarthy era, where the U.S. government, the U.S. security state, would routinely accuse American citizens who dissented from the policies, the war policies of the U.S. government, of being somehow in cahoots with the Kremlin or disloyal or an agent of the Kremlin. And it's really bizarre to watch that be rejuvenated, even after the ideology of Russia has changed so radically, albeit often by the Democratic Party, the kind of neoliberal order. Just this week, we saw a suggestion from Nancy Pelosi that anti-Israel or pro-Palestinian protesters might be somehow connected to the Kremlin, and they ought to be investigated. This kind of paranoia that we hadn't seen for decades. Before I get to your counsel, Mr. Goodman, talk about a couple of the technical aspects of your case and where it is, I just want to ask you one last question, which is, or for now, I mean, which is, I have seen videos of you speaking before your arrest, before this indictment, where you seemed to be almost anticipating that there would be accusations of this kind launched at you, or that there would be some kind of case brought against you. Is that a correct perception? And did this indictment come as a big surprise to you to hear that you were actually being criminally accused by the Biden Justice Department of being agents of the Russian government?
It was surprising in terms of when it happened and how it happened, because it was a very violent attack on my home, threatened my life, threatened the life of my wife. A tremendous amount of resources were stolen, properties damaged and things like that, and it was a pre-dawn raid, and so we were surprised by that. But the history of our struggle, I mean, they raided my home at 5:00 a.m. But when I came at their command out of my house and with my hands up as they commanded, and faced armored vehicles and assault weapons carrying camouflage donned men who were pointing these weapons and with the laser targeting devices bouncing off my chest. What came to my mind was 1969 when in December, when the FBI raided the home of, or they assisted the attack on the home of Fred Hampton in Chicago, where he was assassinated. And so I thought I was going to die when I walked out of that house. And my point being is that the treatment of people like me who moved from a particular politic that has prevailed for a long time in this country, especially since there are people like King and Malcolm X and Fred Hampton and others have been assassinated. There is that history and there is that tradition. So I'm not surprised that the U.S. government attacked me. We have an incredible program where we've done incredible projects, particularly in the city of St. Louis, where, I mean, actual redeveloped much of the north side of St. Louis, which is a predominantly African community that's been left to deteriorate, and not just deteriorate, but a policy that they characterize as benign neglect has been imposed on this community. And so this is the work that we've been doing, and we knew that it wasn't something that the government was happy with, but the population, the community was happy with. So I'm not surprised. And we expect, I guess, to be attacked by the government, but not because we violated a crime. And this is the thing that makes this extraordinarily interesting to us, is that we find ourselves in a position of having to fight in defense of the U.S. Constitution and the right to free speech against the very government that says it's about free speech and that's upholding the Constitution and against the institutions like FBI and the presidency of this country that's supposed to be upholding the Constitution. I think they even have to take vows to that effect. And so here we are as an organization that has come to the conclusion some time ago that we have to be free from the colonial domination of the United States government, in a position fighting fiercely and have fought fiercely for the rights to free speech as according to the Constitution, freedom of assembly according to the Constitution, and that kind of thing. So no, yes, I'm not shocked by the attack. As I said, the way the attack occurred on this occasion was shocking, unexpected. In the pre-dawn, my wife and I sitting up at the table, she and her preparing to come to our headquarters here in St. Louis to preside over a program that we are training Black women as doulas to be able to help women and children have safe births in a city that has a situation where enough Black babies die every year to fill 15 kindergarten classes. And this is what we were preparing. We were talking about this when this noise came out of the dark, telling us to come up with our hands up, and flashbang grenades exploding all around, ultimately coming into the house and things like that. And then to be confronted with this armed force out there, that was a surprise. So
no, I don't blame you. I think that, a lot of people don't understand the amount of force that the federal government brings without the slightest consideration of whether or not there's any actual threat posed. This is not a case, even if you want to believe all the allegations involving any accusation of violence or any kind of use of force. It's clearly a political case at its core. At best, a kind of argument that you violated technical parts of the law by failing to register as a foreign agent. To treat American citizens that way is, I think, something that people don't quite realize how often it happens until they actually go through it, which is a great segue for me to ask you. Thanks for watching this clip from
Uhuru, Chairman Omali Yeshitela. So if you're just tuning in, again, my name is Stephanie Midler. I'm a member of the African People's Solidarity Committee under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party, and also a member of the Hands Off Uhuru Fight Back Coalition Steering Committee. And I'm coming to you live from St. Louis, Missouri, the headquarters of the African People's Socialist Party, as part of our daily trial broadcast of the free speech trial of the century. The U.S. government versus the Uhuru Three, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, Penny Hess, and Jesse Neville. I'm joined today by co-host Comrade Mariah Uhuru, also a member of the Hands Off Uhuru Fight Back Coalition. And we just finished watching that incredible interview from February 2024, Chairman Omali Yeshitela on a system update with Glenn Greenwald. We hope you enjoyed it. So we want to remind everyone that the case of the U.S. government versus the Uhuru Three concluded yesterday with closing statements after only 6 days, with jury deliberations beginning today at 9 a.m. Eastern, which is just 2 minutes ago. So we will continue to bring you our daily trial programming until 1 p.m. Eastern today, and we will break with news from our Burning Spear media correspondent live in Tampa should a verdict come in during the broadcast. So in our next segment, we will get to the heart of the bogus charges against the Uhuru 3 and the US government's claim that they are agents of the Russian government. We will be doing this by showing videos produced by the party and the movement, highlighting the party's position on Russia's defensive war in Ukraine and the chairman's analysis on the history of the US government's attempt to encircle and contain Russia. So portions of these videos were actually presented as evidence in court, and we're going to offer them here now in their entirety so you can see the full scope of the party's position and can, no matter the outcome of the jury, you can come to the righteous conclusion regarding who the party, the chairman, and the Uhuru 3 really are and whose interests they truly represent. So we start this segment off with the chairman's report back from Russia at a community meeting at the St. Pete Uhuru House on June 7th, 2015. Uhuru.
Uhuru, comrades. I'm Ron Bobson, the Director of Economic Development, Education and Propagation, or simply referred to as acquaint. I'm also the manager of Uhuru Radio, and we're looking forward to having our own Black FM radio station, 96.3 FM here in St. Petersburg, or more importantly, right here in this building. We will be kicking off our fundraiser for the radio station next Sunday, June 14th, right here at 4 p.m. So we encourage members of the community to be here so that we can kick off this fundraiser for our brand new FM station. Well, in the Uhuru Movement, it is customary that we begin our meetings by standing fist forward and repeat in unison the African pledge, which is printed in your program. I pledge allegiance to my African people. I pledge to develop my mind and body to the greatest extent possible. I will learn all that I can in order to give my best to my people and our struggle for liberation through revolution. I will keep myself physically fit, building a strong body free from drugs and other substances, which weaken me and make me less capable of defending myself, my family, and my African brothers and sisters. I will unselfishly share my knowledge and understanding with others in order to bring about change more quickly. I will discipline myself to direct my energies thoughtfully and constructively rather than wasting time in idle danger. I will train myself never to hurt or allow others to harm African brothers and sisters, for I recognize that we need every African man, woman, and child to be physically, mentally, and psychologically strong. These principles I pledge to practice daily and to teach them to others in order to unite my people in the struggle for freedom and independence. Uhuru. On May 26th, Chairman Omali Yeshitela and Comrade Bakri Latunji left St. Petersburg, Florida, and Oakland, California, respectively, on a whirlwind tour of Moscow, Russia. To say the least, chatting with the chairman on Africa Live earlier today on Uhuru Radio, the trip was not just memorable, but important to and for the chairman and the party. He is a wide awake now, having suffered from a serious bout of jet lag. So let's give the leader of our movement a resounding welcome back greeting as he reports to us on this historic trip that he made to Russia. Chairman, I want to express appreciation to everybody who's come out. I know there are other people who are in the process of getting here, but I felt like it was important for us to start the meeting on time, and perhaps we can influence better practice in terms of people arriving to the meeting on time. Also, understand that we are having at this moment some problems with the internet, and I don't think it's a coincidence. We had indicated that we would report on this trip to Moscow, and objective was to work to live stream this report so that all of our supporters and members around the world will be able to participate in this meeting. And also we wanted to allow the comrades in Russia who brought us there, who functioned as our hosts, who toured us throughout Moscow and established the meetings and contacts we had. We wanted them to have an opportunity to say some things to us here. So the setup was to allow them to see and participate in this meeting, as well as other people from around the world and throughout the country in our movement, and to give people an opportunity to hear from them because they experienced this tour just as I did. The question of going to Russia, and people raised questions with me about it. I did a radio interview, and somebody asked me, there was a radio show in Washington, D.C. It's a very popular show in Washington, D.C. And the host of the radio show asked me, did not think it was possible that the Russians who invited me to come there had done so in order to use me in some fashion against the United States. And I thought it was an incredible kind of question. It was startling kind of question. It was not easy for me to respond to it and with a straight face because I didn't understand how the notion of Russians using me by inviting me to Russia could even be some kind of pressure, could even be something that somebody would think about. And the fact is that I went there to do what I could to use the Russians. The fact is that we have a situation where we're involved in a life and death struggle with U.S. imperialism and have been forever. And for the longest period of time, subsequent to the defeat of the Black Revolution of the 1960s, we've been in a state of near isolation. And it's important to us to be able to establish and identify allies all around the world who can unite with us in this struggle that we have with this terrorist organization that calls itself the United States government. And I didn't understand why the brother who asked me that question didn't understand that. And the truth of the matter is any casual objective examination of history would show that Russia has done more for the liberation of African people here and around the world than anything America has ever done. And Russia has had to go up against American interests in order to advance the struggle of African people, whether here or any place around the world. And during my development as a political activist, I had to encounter over and over again supporters and operatives of the United States government by media sources, etc., that I was involved in the struggle for freedom and liberation because I was being paid by the Russians. So that was quite a statement to me that there was a notion that somehow the Russians would pay me to get free. The Americans definitely weren't paying anybody to get free. America was doing everything they could to make sure I never saw freedom. So I just thought that was a strange kind of question, but I think it was maybe typical of how many people understand some things that's happening in the world today. How did I get to Russia? Well, we got an invitation from an organization whose banner should have been up here by now. This is to say about this organization that it is not up here. That is known as the anti-globalization movement of Russia.
And this anti-globalization movement of Russia is an organization that defines itself as being committed to struggling to establish relationships between peoples and nations and going around governments in order to do that. And it defines itself as being interested in creating a multipolar world. And which is to say that it's a struggle against U.S. hegemony, a U.S. domination of the world, where the United States assumes the ability and right to determine how everything should happen in the world, based essentially on the fact that they've got all the guns. They've got nuclear weapons, and especially with the collapse of the Soviet Union, this is how the U.S. had seen itself and seen the world for a long period of time. And as most people in this room are aware, over the last several years, there is a real crisis of this whole international social system has become more and more obvious. And it manifests itself, this crisis, in 1,000 different ways. But one of the outstanding features of this crisis is the growing resistance of oppressed peoples around the world to the established social order that represents itself in the form of people everywhere fighting to overturn this relationship they have with imperialism. So in South America, that's the case, has been for a while now. As soon as the United States thought that it was had reached this place where it had absolute domination, Fidel Castro, they were anticipating would be dead any moment. And then they look up as Hugo Chavez, and there's the struggle of people in Venezuela, and then on the way to that, there's Ecuador, there's Bolivia. Every place they look, the people in South America that used to be referred to as the backyard of the United States, the people were taking back their resources and struggling to assume control of their future for themselves. And this was a terrible thing for the U.S. to have to deal with, because the whole economy, the economic order of the world has been created through a parasitic theft of human and material resources of the people of the world. Capitalism itself got established through slavery and through colonialism, and now the whole world economy, it has been organized around that, and now everybody's fighting to free themselves from this system. And so it creates a crisis. And this crisis is made manifest in places in the Middle East where people just won't agree, just want to unite with the United States and Europe, that they should simply suffer without any assumption of a future for themselves and their children, so that oil would be cheaply supplied to people in the United States and Europe. People have decided that they want to be able to determine the future for their children, even if that means fighting against the U.S. Of course, that's essentially what it does mean, because the U.S. has been the great hegemon in the world. It has been a determining factor about who will be free and who won't be free. And so this crisis that we see is as a consequence, or it manifests itself in the struggle of people there, in the rise of China, who is a new imperial force itself on the make, but it's still one that challenges the status quo. The assumption of the United States and Western Europe would dominate the world, and now there's China that's hungry itself and a growing influence and challenging the U.S. hegemony not only in Asia, but as a growing economic force on the continent of Africa. And when we mention places like Asia, Africa, South America, these are not just locations in the world. These are places where tremendous amounts of resources are located that feeds the capitalist machine that has been usually historically under the leadership of Europe and North America. Now there's a fundamental change, a challenge to that relationship. And of course, as you know, subsequent to the collapse of the Soviet Union, something that was accelerated by the policies of
James Earl Carter, who a lot of people like to remember as the last good president, but who is really the guy through his national security advisor, the jihad that the United States claims that it's fighting in places in the Middle East and North Africa, they were created by the United States government. And they were created as a means to challenge the Soviet Union that was supporting the struggle and the existence of the people in Afghanistan, and the objective by Brzezinski, who was Carter's national security advisor, was to create a Vietnam for the Soviet Union that would drain its resources, that would create enemies that they would have to fight in the same way. Vietnam, this unjust, terroristic colonial war of the United States resulted in loss of resources and lives and things like that for the United States. And so the United States and Carter's administration helped to create this modern jihad that the U.S. finds itself fighting now. If there's a 9/11, it was true. Carter started it. Carter and Brzezinski created that situation. They're the ones who organized those forces and then sent them in. They trained them, they armed them, and sent them into Afghanistan. And this is the thing that's morphed and changed into the Taliban and Al-Qaeda and all these other manifestations that you see of the jihad out in the world today. That's what they have to fight against. So this crisis is there. And the fact is that it's a logical conclusion because just because the people were against the Russians in Afghanistan or the Soviets in Afghanistan did not mean they loved the United States. And so the United States armed them to the teeth and trained them and turned them into some of the most competent fighters in the world today. And you see that with the so-called Islamic State. And you see that with the jihad, with the Taliban, that they cannot defeat. They cannot defeat the Taliban. And you're talking about the Taliban in a place like Afghanistan where the people are so hungry, they don't even have resources to put bread for their children. And the United States did that for 12, 13 years, and they cannot defeat those people there. And so you have this crisis that's out there. And you have a realignment of political forces that's happening in the world today that's challenging the whole hegemony, not only of America, but Europe itself. There's a whole shift in the balance of forces in the world. So that we define this as a magnificent contest between the past and the future. The past being a past of colonialism and slavery, where U.S. and European imperialism, white power dominated the whole world, sucked the blood of the whole world. It's represented in the fact that in this world today, 80% of the people on the planet are trying to survive off less than $10 or less a day. 80% of the human beings on this earth. 50% of the human beings on this earth are trying to survive off $2.50 or less a day. And in Africa, people are lucky if they can get $1 a day. That's the kind of political and economic organization that has come as a consequence of this, the ascension of capitalism in the world. That people have mistakenly, and I say mistakenly, but some of them, it hasn't been a mistake. They have declared capitalism has been the most efficient economic system that has resulted in the rapid economic development of the world, and of course it's done just the opposite. Because what capitalism has done is locked the vast majority of humanity out of the economic process, out of productivity, out of economic development. That's why 80% of the people are having one way of trying to survive, where 20% of the people are living well. That's capitalism. So obviously that's not this rapid, magnificent development. That's rapid and magnificent development of Europe and North America at the expense of Africa and the other oppressed peoples around the world. Got a whole economic social system. And if you got an economic system that functions this way, that's born of this process of slavery and colonialism,
what happens in society, society is comprised of an economic base, right? An economic base and a superstructure that responds to that particular base. And when you talk about a superstructure, you're talking about not only things like political institutions, culture, ideas, the ideology that rests upon that economic base is one that reinforces the existence of the base, that explains that reality for everybody else in the world. That's why people talk about racism. It's natural. It's natural what they call racism. I'll use that term for this moment because the ideas in the heads of the white people and others reflects the economic base of the society itself. When you got a society born of slavery and the colonialism of the vast majority of the people in the world and the institutions and ideas that spring will represent that reality. It will represent that reality. So there's no way you can get around that. If you got an economic system based on slavery, and it teaches freedom and liberation and revolution, then something is amiss here. And you won't have that from that economic base. That economic base based on slavery would teach the wonders of slavery, how wonderful it is, how it is really a beacon of democracy with everybody, and we got the guns and everything to make everybody agree with that. That's what that kind of reality will create. So the idea is simply a reflection of the economic base of the society itself. But increasingly what's been happening is oppressed people have been breaking free, and in the process of breaking free, they've also been challenging the existing narrative. They've been challenging the imperial narrative. They've been challenging the basic narrative that's defined this reality for everybody in the world. And so the slave has found her voice and is beginning to talk, and this sector of the population that always has been itself as the subject of history and the rest of us as objects of history, this sector of the population now finds itself having to hear from the slave and the colonized, who now are stepping forward and becoming subjects of history in our own right, and then for the first time, the ones who define the existing narrative find themselves now existing as objects of history from the perspective of the slave and the oppressed. And that creates a real disturbing a sense of well-being among the oppressor nations, among the colonizer population, because they've never heard this before. You can't say anything living under, you can't even talk back to the cop in your community. I mean, the brutality to make sure that the prevailing narrative now there was a Fidel, there was a Che Guevara, there was a Malcolm X, and there was a Patrice Lumumba, there was a Kwame Nkrumah, and there was a Ben Bella. All of these people now are standing up and speaking a language that has been before. And so anyway, this crisis is something that now represents itself in the form of permanent warfare. It's not just one little war over here. It's permanent warfare. Everywhere you look up, there's war, there's threats of war. And there has been war going on now 14, 15 years against some of the most impoverished people on the planet Earth. And now what has happened is the U.S. has moved since the collapse of the Soviet Union. It has been rapidly moving to take up all the political territory in that area of the Soviet Union. And post some of the entities, countries, and what have you that were once a part of the Soviet Union, now are not part of the Soviet Union. And they have been, the United States has been pushing NATO bases in those areas and putting missiles and things like that in those areas. And the objective, of course, is to continue the containment of what used to be the Soviet Union, now to contain Russia, to make sure that Russia cannot contend with U.S. and imperialist interests in that region. They want to dominate all of that region, and a strong Russia would prohibit that. So put up NATO bases, surround Russia to make sure that it can never be a threat to the interests of the United States. That's what this has been going on. So the U.S. actually engineered a coup in Ukraine. The people had elected a president, and the U.S. actually engineered through its agent a coup and chased the existing president out of Ukraine. And once and it revolved around the question of whether or not Ukraine would be allied with Russia, or whether Ukraine would be allied with U.S. through Europe. And so the U.S. supported its own forces and made it push this force out, and then ended up taking having an election on those terms, their terms, that got their guy in power. And what happened was, of course, the objective there was to establish NATO bases and to just go right up to the border of Russia. And while it's forgotten that Ukraine has historically been connected to Russia, and that especially in eastern Ukraine, there are essentially Russians live there. And it was only Khrushchev's gesture several years ago, I guess that might have been in what, the 50s or 60s, that resulted in what they call Ukraine being separated from the rest of Russia. And what must be understood also is when I was in Moscow, the Russians were celebrating the 70th anniversary of the Russian defeat of the Nazi army, of Hitler's army. And most people here don't understand that it was the Russians who crushed Hitler's army, the Nazis, because they like to, you get fed pattern that talks about how the U.S. won World War, that's what they call World War II. But the United States didn't even enter the war until 1944, right? So it didn't even play a significant role until 1944 when they entered the war. But the Russians, and the reason why is because they sat on the sideline because they wanted to see Hitler and the Nazis destroy the Soviet Union. They wanted the Soviet Union destroyed because the Soviet Union was a revolutionary society based on the assumption of the working class and working people being the authority in society as opposed to the bourgeoisie, the capitalist class, and they hated that. So they wanted to see the Soviet Union destroyed, and so they sat back for Hitler to destroy the Soviet Union. And they underestimated the will of the Russian people, and of course they underestimated the strength of the Communist Party in the Soviet Union. And that must be clearly stated because there were more than 26 million Russians died in that war. And there's not a Russian there that did not lose a they crushed Hitler. And then after they crushed Hitler, there came this race for Berlin. Who was going to capture Berlin? And this race happened between the U.S. and British and Russia. And of course, we may have, we're live now on Uhuru News, by the way, so the live streaming is occurring. So the Soviet Union captured Berlin, and I had an opportunity to be at this magnificent museum of the Russian defeat of the Nazis in 1945. And they have parts of the edifices that came from the Reichstag in Berlin, Germany, sitting in the museum. And they've got pictures of the Russians holding up the red flag, you know, at the Capitol in Berlin. And so the Russians took it, and they paid a dear price for that struggle. And so now we have the situation where China is contending, Iran is contending, Iraq is unstable and growing under the control more and more every day of influence of Iran. Lebanon is unstable, growing more and more as a consequence of Hezbollah's influence, under the influence of Iran. And Syria is being destroyed now in part because of the influence of Iran and because it was an independent force that could not be controlled absolutely by the United States government, even though it had collaborators at different times with the United States government. Libya was wiped out because it also represented a threat to U.S. interests in the Middle East, particularly around that illegitimate, hostile, white nationalist settler state of Israel. So a whole new change was happening in the whole globe. More forces were rising up, challenging the hegemony and U.S. power. And now here's Russia. And they pushed Russia and pushed Russia. And all of these Russian leaders had made concessions to the United States until Putin. Yes. And so when Putin arrived, and Putin is no socialist or anything like that, but he is a Russian patriot. He's a Russian nationalist, among other things. And so what happened was that, and now Russia is recovering economically because it had a severe economic crisis over a period of time. And it had reached a state of some recovery, was able to arm itself to be able to feed the people in a decent way again, and it was able to push back against U.S. encroachment in that area of the world. And even though they had worked to seduce Putin and Russia, but trying to include it into this thing that they call the G7, the Global 7. This is the group of so-called economic powerhouses that wanted to define the economy of the world and say how everybody would be able to eat or not be able to eat. And so they brought Russia on board. They played ball correctly because they would not give up Ukraine just because of that. So there's been this ongoing sanctioning, they call it sanctioning against Russia. And the objective is to punish Russia for not cooperating in its own surrender, for not cooperating in its own submission. And so they put up sanctions because Russia is not serious. Because Russia is not Libya, right? Because to one of the Russian commentators that's quite popular in Russia today had made the statement that Russia is the only country that could turn America into a nuclear axe. So you don't go into Russia like you go into Syria. You don't go into Russia like you go into Libya. You have to have second thoughts about how you move with Russia. And so this has been extremely problematic, even though you have frothing at the mouth reactionaries in this country like John McCain and others who are talking about they need to go ahead and do everything they can and arm the people in Ukraine. And Ukraine is a thuggish government. It's a thuggish, corrupt government. And what you have to understand in Ukraine, the Russians paid a dear price during the Second Imperialist War, World War II in Ukraine, because they are the ones who fought and crushed the fascists in Ukraine. The Russians did that. And that's what they're fighting today in Ukraine with all of these so-called democratic forces that supposedly represents peace and progress. They are fascists. They are left over from Hitler's regime. That's what they are. And the Russians are the ones who are standing up in America and England and all these countries are talking about how the Russians are violating international law, international norms, etc. And Putin is a demon. Right? So so that's the context that we go into the United States, into Moscow. We go into Moscow within this context. We go into Moscow while the United States in particular is pushing to force sanctions and make the Russians pay a price. And the objective being to cause pain in the Russian population that would turn them against Putin, right? And that could facilitate some form of regime change in Russia or force the Russians to change their policies. But I'm telling you, I was only in Moscow for a few days, but it was long enough to tell you that they're crazy if they think that's going to work. I'm I'm telling you, I was there. And I was there I got off the airplane in Russia, going to a meeting, and I was in meetings up until 3 o'clock in the morning sometime, every day that I was there, in and out, nothing but meetings all over Moscow. And I'm going to tell you this, that Moscow, first of all, 15 million people in Moscow. There is no evidence of pain in Moscow at all. Unless the person who is selling all of these transparencies that people put in the back of their car windows, and they got all kinds of model cars. Don't think that Russia is some kind of backwater, etc. And there's no pain unless the person who is making all the money selling these transparencies that they put in the back of their window that says Obama is a creep hurt himself. The persons who were making those injured themselves, there's no pain that I saw in Moscow. And Moscow is a city of 15 million people. And I've gone to the supermarkets, and I've traveled everywhere, I'm telling you, all over Moscow. And the striking thing about Moscow is the modernity, but it's not just modern, plastic modern that you see in America. That you see Western history in the architecture, and you see it even in the modern edifices that you can find there. And it is the cleanest city I've ever been in. And it's striking because in Moscow, you know how it is in some cities in this country where you only park on some time of the week, you park on one side of the street because the guys are going to come and sweep the streets and on that day. Well, that was happening all day, every day in Moscow. All the streets, all the time. In the public squares, there's this thing coming along, sweeping the streets. And the interstate, you're riding on the highway, there's these vehicles going down, washing down the highways. It's an extraordinary clean city. And in a city of 15 million people, for the days that I was there, I went every place. I was on the subways and every place else. In the city of 15 million people, I only saw one bear. And in a city this small, in St. Petersburg, Florida, you can't walk for 15 minutes without seeing a beggar, etc. This is the people who are supposed to be suffering from the sanctions. You got under every underpants somebody with a cardboard sign that says, "Feed me, I'm hungry." Standing in front of every convenience store, somebody with a styrofoam cup, begging for stuff. That's not Russia. You do not see that in Russia. And I think it's really important to understand that. They are not hurting. The people are not hurting in that fashion. But the bigger thing that's being missed here is the patriotism and the courage of the Russian people itself. Russian society, even though it is not a socialist society at this moment, modern Russian society is a child of the Bolshevik Russian socialist revolution. Modern Russian society is a child of the socialist revolution. Lenin brought a modern modern Russian society into existence, and it was a society that was born in that achieved this character, that developed, came out of this semi-feudal state of the Shah under the leadership of the Bolsheviks. It was a society that came into existence fighting in the interests of the poor and the oppressed and the working class. It is a society, wherever it may be, that everybody in Russia didn't believe in it, but the Soviet Union is the place where they actually gave arms and support to the struggle of the people in Vietnam to fight against U.S. imperialism and to fight against U.S. interests. That's the Russian people that we're talking about. It was the Russians. I went to one place I went to in Moscow, that it used to be called the Patrice Lumumba University, named after the leader in the Congo that was murdered by U.S. CIA agents and French and Belgian agents, etc. And in this university, it was created to train revolutionaries in Africa and other places to fight for freedom. That the Russian people participated in making that happen. Their tax dollars, their support, their resources went to facilitate that. It was was the Russians who supported the struggle in Cuba. It was the Russians who supported the Chinese Revolution. It was the Russians who supported the struggle in Vietnam. It was the Russians who sent through Cuba the Katyusha rockets that was used to defeat the South African terrorists in Angola. The Russians did that. The Russians did that. And that has had to have had an impact on the Russian population. That modern Russian society has its origin in that, even though it was under the leadership of the Soviets. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. And what was really striking was everywhere I went, just how open and warm the Russians were, everywhere. And I got off the airplane, I had stopped just long enough to take a shower, didn't have an iron or anything, throw on something to go to a meeting. And the first meeting I went to, there was at a site that used to be the place where the Warsaw Pact used to meet, and it was a federation of Russian migrants, the Federation of Russian Migrants, the Conference of the Federation of Russian Migrants, and the Russian migrants are a lot of people from different places, essentially from what used to be the former Soviet Union and other places in that region. Many of them live in Russia. But the Russian government has facilitated their ability to have this organization that looks out for their interests as people who are living in Russia from other places. And so they have these conferences on a regular basis. And the keynote speaker at this conference was the Syrian ambassador to Russia. And a lot of other people. I mean, it was a round table with a lot of people there, and I had an opportunity to say a few words there as well. And I think that the Russian people want to see people who disagree with the policies of the United States government toward Russia. And they didn't have to scratch hard when they came to me. You understand? And I was quite explicit in my statement. And I was helping to say, and I think this is important, that the Russian people and the Russian government, when it comes to a propaganda struggle against the United States government, the first thing that must be understood by everybody in the world, that the United States is not a normal, if you will, a so-called nation. That the United States is more akin to the state of Israel. It is an entity, a state that was founded on stolen land, where you have a group of people leave someplace else and come and take somebody else's land, and the traditional custodians of the land, those who remain essentially are in concentration camps that they call Indian reservations. I say that what you must understand and what you must begin to use in your ideological debates with the United States is that the United States has existed so half of Mexico. And when you look at California, Arizona, Utah, Colorado, New Mexico, etc., Texas, you're looking at the soul. And that when you look at the economy of the United States, it was an economy that was built on stolen black labor. This is the United States. So don't let them say anything to you about Ukraine. If they can't say anything about the barrios and the ghettos in America, then they shouldn't be able to say a damn thing about these things happening in Ukraine. This is our message. This is our message. And so this is what we said there to them. And that we are not here as some American patriots talking about let's all get along together. We're here because we want the Russian people to stand in solidarity with the struggle of African liberation in the United States and around the world. That's why we're here. So, before it was over, there were a few Soviet generals. These are generals from the Soviet era who were there. And one of them was giving medals of honor to different forces who were there. And at least one general was a recipient of the Medal of Honor, and I think they may have given one or two to somebody else. And then they gave one to Chairman Omali Yeshitela. So that was cool. We met Africans from Ethiopia there. We met people who were from the party of Russian veterans were at that meeting. And from there, we went a whole bunch of other places, and we had this incredible meeting with the Night Wolves, which is a motorcycle club, right? People say, what the hell are you doing with a motorcycle club? They would be called a motorcycle gang in the United States. And these guys are something else. They got an incredible compound. They have their own sort of clothing line, and they are real close to Putin, the president. And some countries won't even let them come into the country. It is suggested that the Night Wolves, also some of the forces who are fighting with the so-called rebels in Ukraine to push back the U.S. supported puppet regime there. Had great meetings with them. It's hard to believe. They wouldn't let me leave. You know, they kept finding all kinds of excuses to have me stay a day longer. Comrade, you know, this is what was going on, you know. And I said, you know, what you eat? He said, no, I'm a vegetarian. Get some vegetables, get something for this guy. I said, I don't want anything to eat. I just ate, you know, but this is the hospitality that they demonstrated. And then from there, and I'm, you know, like in the same sequence, because every night, every day, they all rolled into one. But I spoke to what used to be the Patrice Lumumba Coalition, Patrice Lumumba University. I went there, the vice president in this meeting that I had with students, must have been 50, 60, 70 students there, was the person who might be characterized as dean of students. Had a great discussion there. And again, my message is the same there as it was in the Federation meeting with the Russian migrants, and my message is the same, that people should not be seduced by this nonsense of U.S., the beacon, the shining city on the hill, the beacon for democracy. That ain't nothing that anybody who lives there is experiencing. This is America that I want to tell you about. I'm going to tell you about the United States of America. And so that was a good place. They created this magnificent spread. I think that's going to be like on the video that we showed to eat. Problem was that I couldn't eat anything but bread and grapes because I'm a vegan, and they had the Russians haven't got down pat yet, not the ones that we were hanging with. And so while I was there, they gave me gifts, and this pen is a gift from the dean, what would be the dean of students right here. I think this person may have been something like Armenian, etc. And this is some pen that I got from them, and it was just a really great session. And they like toasting a lot. And they said that you can't have a Russian experience unless you have some Russian vodka. And I said, I'm going to have to miss that part. I'm going to have to miss that part. And the process that is that you toast and you have a shot of vodka, and then you talk and discuss everything. After a while, you pour someone to stand up, and you do another toast and another shot of vodka. So they were toasting all throughout this process. I was toasting water. Yeah, I was toasting water. So we went through that. And I only have a few minutes because I talked a lot because we had this problem with the internet that I thought the state had taken us down and didn't want this to be something that everybody could share with us. And so we went to the criminal, and I saw, now you talk about the White House and all this stuff, you know, Whitehall in London, the criminal, what an extraordinary, magnificent edifice. This is a seat, like a power in government in Russia. And it's an extraordinary place. And I went to Red Square. You know, this is the place that they used to show you in the newsreel and all the movies when they want to tell you how bad Russians were. Look at they've got all these weapons just going by, Stalin standing at the top of the thing. This magnificent thousands of troops passing through Red Square. I was at Red Square. I went to Lenin's mausoleum. It was closed, so I couldn't go in there, but I was at the mausoleum. It is. And this is from the whole Soviet period, right? In Moscow, to see these guys and say, wow, That's what power looks like. You understand? And so we had that experience, and we went to the museum, the museum of the war that they have created that is just fabulous. You wouldn't believe it. It went to the subways and went down into the subways. This ain't no New York subway. This is the cleanest, most efficient subway you ever want to see. And you go down there, there's no graffiti there because people wouldn't mark it up. It's got art here, it's got statues over here that shows the Soviet people, and from the Soviets, from the Russian Revolution, from the Soviet Revolution, it shows the Kronstadt sailors, armed to the teeth, who fought against the Tsar and against Russian feudal society, etc. You got women in arms and whatever. Just a magnificent situation to be there. Statue of Lenin in there. Went to Karl Marx Square. Huge statue of Karl Marx. An idealized statue of Karl Marx that was there. Big sign across the street saying, proletarians of the world, unite. You understand? This is the stuff that's been feeding the Russian people all these years since the overturn of Tsardom and capitalism in Russia. This is the people that Obama is stupid enough to think that some sanctions is going to be able to bring them to the knees. The people who lost 26 million people fighting against the Nazis. They think they're going to bring them crazy. And so the Russian people were extraordinarily open during this process. And then we went also to the headquarters of the anti-globalization movement, where I did another interview. I had done a couple of interviews with media outlets. Had done an interview with, it might have been Pravda, a Russian newspaper there. And I'm at now the anti-globalization movement of Russia, their headquarters, where we're doing an interview, and that went splendidly. And I think we'll have some footage from that. And then the young comrade who's the leader of the anti-globalization movement is also a member of the Russian Communist Party. So at that meeting, I got another Medal of Honor from the Russian Communist Party. So I said, I'll take it, put it up here, I'll take this one too, right? Because we want all the solidarity we can get, don't we? And if things go bad, we can love it down the pond. And that's a bad joke, but the comrades were enormously open and friendly, and one can easily think that, well, maybe this is a show that they just put on for me because I was brought there, right, by them. And I'm convinced that the Russians are aware of this ideological war that they're involved in with America. I'm aware of it. So one can think that, but shortly after I got back, I'm at the credit union, and I run into a classmate of mine from whom I haven't seen in many years. I've seen one time before now since 1950 or something. And so I run into her. We regularly just happened to see her talking, and she said, "I thought you would be in Nigeria." And I said, "No, I just got back from Russia." She said, "Where were you?" "In Moscow." She said, "Oh, have you ever been to this place?" I said, "Well, you've been to Russia." She said, "Yeah, I've been to Russia. Been to Moscow, been to St. Petersburg, and went there on my own." And she said, "America is full of lies." I said, "What do you mean?" She said, "The things they say about Russia and Russians, they are full of lies." She said that I have never seen such an open people as I met when I was in Russia. She said, "I'm sure you noticed that when the Russians hug you, they really hug you, don't you?" I said, "They don't hug me like they hug you." She was a hell of a lot better than I did, right? But that was the point that she was making. She had the same experience. And she wasn't there as some kind of political force. She was there as some teacher on some other thing, and she was by herself, running into Russians on the subway and other things like that. So it was a magnificent meeting, quite successful, and we have participated in trying to introduce the struggle for national liberation of African people in this country not only to Russians, but to the allies of Russians, ran to Venezuelans that in the subway took some pictures, propaganda pictures with the Venezuelans because they're so against each other, that kind of thing. I met with the Motherland Party. And the head of the Motherland Party is also the head of the Stalingrad Club. And many of these are people from the Soviet era who hold up, and all the people, most of the people in Russia love Stalin. They love Stalin, the one that, you know, all of us are taught that they're supposed to hate and what have you. So I met at the Stalingrad Club. That was a great meeting, quite open, and people are expressing all kinds of political solidarity. And that's the thing that we want to build on and develop. So I want to say that, and I think I have to get out of the way now. Am I on time? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely on time. So we'll move the agenda forward, and I thank you for your patience in listening to me. Uhuru.
Uhuru, what a powerful presentation by the chairman recounting the events of his trip to Russia and clearly laying out the strategic purpose of the visit. Next, we will watch an interview of the chairman done on June 11, 2015 in Russia. The interview was conducted by a member of the Russian NGO, the Anti-Globalization Movement of Russia. In the video, the chairman makes it clear that America doesn't have any moral footing to stand on, when America itself was created by the theft of land and the capture and forced labor of Africans. Uhuru.
Hello, comrades. Today, Anti-Globalization Movement of Russia presents an interview with our comrade from African People's Socialist Party. Please, can you introduce yourself?
I'm Omali Yeshitela, and I'm the chairman of the African People's Socialist Party, and I'm extremely happy to be here with the Russian Anti-Globalization Movement.
So we are very glad to meet you here. And just can you tell us, please, something about your party, about your activity?
We are a revolutionary political party that was born in the United States, but that now exists in various continents, including Africa. We are also in the Caribbean, and we're throughout Europe, in Belgium, France, Germany, England, and Sweden. And our struggle began in the United States simply as a struggle to end the oppression of black people. Mm-hmm. And our practice in that endeavor forced us to see the world as a much larger thing than what was happening in the United States, and to also understand that African people throughout the world share the same national identity, but we've been forcibly dispersed against our will in the process of building the capitalist system itself. And we also were forced to learn that we are in the same situation in many ways as other oppressed peoples around the world. And we have since that time been building a movement for the liberation of Africa and African people, recognizing that it cannot come about without the defeat of imperialism itself, and that it must be done in concert with oppressed peoples around the world, which is one of the reasons that we are here in Moscow for our first visit to be with the Russian Anti-Globalization Movement, that is an organization and movement that's attempting to unite the peoples and nations of the world in opposition to imperialism.
Okay, so you said that your party is for people who are under oppression. You help them. What do you mean under oppression? What do you mean? What does it mean? People under oppression.
Well, we've got two aspects of it. When we say oppression, effectively, what we mean is people who are dominated by a particular system. In America, for example, you often hear the reference of it being a country, a nation of immigrants. But Africans are not immigrants in Americans. We are captives. That's how we happen to be in America. And though people often refer to Africans as citizens, we're not citizens, we are colonial subjects. And when you have a situation where the state acts as a force that denies rights, that takes life from people, annex their lands and do things like that, that is what we call oppression. But this is an oppression that also is related to economic exploitation. And most of the people who live under capitalist domination experience economic exploitation. Although all of them do not necessarily experience colonial oppression, most people who experience economic exploitation also have to feel political oppression, because that's the only means by which an unjust system can work. No slave is voluntarily going to be a slave, and no working person is voluntarily going to allow the value of her labor to be expropriated by somebody who does not work. So force is an absolute necessity, and that's what we mean when we talk about oppression.
So politics is always close to economics.
Yes.
And if economy is oppressive, is economy for slavery and exploitation. So the political system also works for it.
It is, in fact. In fact, we can say that politics is in reality concentrated economics. And when you have a system that benefits a handful of people at the expense of the vast majority of the people, the politic of that system reflects that reality. And that's what most of us are confronted with.
Okay, I understand. And you mentioned that Americans, Afro-Americans, Black Americans that were brought to America as slaves are captives. But is the situation, is that historical situation is actual now? I mean, what's happened with the Black Americans now with their civil rights? Can you call modern Black Americans captives?
We can call more than Africans captives. I mean, we're talking about a land, first of all, that was violently wrenched, taken from the indigenous population, many of whom have experienced near genocide, with many of the remaining group living in concentration camps that they call Indian reservations. That is an objective reality, and a people that have a lifespan in the 40s, that the average lifespan of a so-called Indian is in the 40s compared to Americans. And then you have a situation, and there's severe, vicious oppression to that indigenous population. The same thing is true of the Mexican people, whose land, half of Mexico, was stolen by America, and that theft was consolidated with the Treaty of Hidalgo that was forced down the Mexican throat at gunpoint in 1848. And it came about at the same time that gold was discovered in California. And and then you have this artificial, this false border that was created at gunpoint that stole California, New Mexico, Arizona, Utah, Colorado, etc., from the Mexican people. And both sides of the border, in Mexico proper and in occupied Mexico, the Mexican people are suffering. They're suffering economically, they're suffering politically, and special police organizations have been created in the United States to deal with the Mexican people. So it is an oppressive situation, and it is also true of Africans. And many people today are familiar with the growing movement in the United States among the African population that is a response to the police murders of African people, from a 7-year-old girl who was killed in her sleep in Detroit to 12-year-old youngster who was, and then there's Ferguson and New York and Cleveland. So a host of people. I don't know if people here are aware that within the last week or so, one policeman was found not guilty by a judge in Cleveland after a group of police fired more than 137 rounds into a car that was occupied by 2 unarmed Africans, a man and a woman. And one of those cops jumped on top of the hood of the car and fired his weapons several times into the car, firing at least 15 times into the car, and this person was just found not guilty of a crime by the police.
In what year did
that happened? Well, the trial just happened last week. You can Google that, yeah, and he was found not guilty for that. So this is just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to the reality that we are suffering from. And as I said, it's not just an African reality. We see the African people and the indigenous population, the so-called Indian people, as 2 pillars of the American capitalist system as it was founded, on stolen land and with stolen black labor. And
everything's stolen.
Everything. There's nothing, and that's why I continue to talk about this, not only because I think it's important that the peoples of the world unite with the struggle of African people, but also because I think that you cannot truly understand the United States of America if you do not understand its genesis as stolen land on stolen property that grew itself to power and strength as a consequence of that relationship.
Okay. And what do you think this understanding you mentioned, what this understanding can help us, what it can give us? How can it help us to struggle with American imperialism?
I truly believe that America has succeeded in achieving a level of hegemony over the narrative that exists in the world during this time of crisis. That many people have been convinced about Americans' intentions in places like Ukraine, or its intentions even in the Middle East, where it has committed horrible crimes against millions of people dead, and various other places. But I think it would be much more difficult for that to happen if the peoples of the world were aware of America's crimes in the United States itself and its foundation, and were able to say loudly, how can America make claims against Russia around Crimea when it stole half of Mexico, when there are still traditional custodians of the land in America living in concentration camps. In many cases, they don't have running water, they don't have plumbing, etc.
So they have not appropriate living conditions.
No. And the living, and what people need to know is, here are the so-called Indians whose land Obama and his cruise missiles supposedly protecting, where the indigenous population have a lifespan only in the 40s. And where African people, where white people in America own wealth 22 times greater, not 22%, but 22 times greater than African people in the United States. That's a statement of factual, actual, material relationship. And I'm saying this is important because America says one thing about itself, but there's a different reality, and the world needs to know that. I believe that the anti-globalization movement, when it talks about America's crimes, in various places around the world. When it talks about what America does with Ukraine, when it talks about what America does in the Middle East, with Iraq and the threats against Iran, with what it threatens against the people in Venezuela, I think that this movement and all movements must also demand reparations to the African population in the United States, freedom for the indigenous people, the end of the oppression and exploitation of the Mexican people and the indigenous people. I think if a real movement like that would take off, then it would neutralize the narrative that America is attempting to dominate around the world. It's an instance of a thief. In the case of America, it's an instance of a thief yelling, "Stop thief," you know, chasing and going, "Stop thief," when it is in fact the real thief.
So the conclusion is that we should work together in making people aware of what's really happening in America, what's really happening in the world by Americans.
Yes.
Yes, and with this knowledge we can resist American imperialism and liberate ourselves and liberate other nations, other people
Yes.
from this oppression.
And when you can also, when you do that, it's really important for Africans and Mexicans and the so-called Indians in America to know that they have allies, because then you are more likely to see on these so-called Indian reservations and the barrios, Mexican barrios in the African ghettos of America, you're more likely to see people who are willing to stand on the side of the Russian people who are being threatened, you know, by American imperialism every day. It helps us to develop a level of cooperation. Yes, yes. And practical cooperation, I think, is really important for us to discover.
Yes, our mutual goals can be taken or
Yes.
can be only mutually. Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, and maybe the last question is about the organization that exists in different countries of the world, as you mentioned.
Yes.
Yes. And so maybe how many members do you have, or how many people support your party?
We have a small party, but membership is much larger than the members in our party. I was saying earlier today in another meeting that we are structured in many ways like the Bolsheviks were structured. And so there are cadre in our party, but we have created various mass organizations of the people who participate in our work. We have campaigns, for example, in Sierra Leone, where the Ebola crisis was centered. And we have many hundreds of members in that. We do rainwater harvesting, and we do some agriculture work with the people. We're not a charity or anything like that, but we have organized the people there and other places to participate in those projects.
It's like organizational power.
Yes, yes, yes. And in the United States, Sierra Leone, England, Sweden in particular, we have created an organization called the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement. It's a mass organization. Some of the people are in the party, but some are not. The majority are not in the party. And these are people who are struggling around just basic democratic issues. Issues of exploitation, oppression, what's happening with police violence, what's happening in the schools, what's happening on various levels of oppression and exploitation. And so many of these people are not in the party, but they work consciously under the leadership of the party. We organized in April an African National Women's Organization. We held conferences in Washington, D.C., and London in March. Washington, D.C., 1 week, and the next week in London, organizing African women to bring women into the revolutionary project and to not only struggle against the specifics of the oppression of African women, but to contribute to women being able to participate in the revolutionary project itself. We created Black Star Industries, which is an overall economic umbrella for our organization because we are fighting for self-determination, self-reliance. So there are a number of projects like this that will bring in a lot of people who are not in the party. And so with that, you're talking about several hundred in some places, and then, a few thousand, like combined.
Okay.
Yes.
I understand. And the last question will be, do you have some connections with other parties or other organizations with the same interest as you? Not except maybe our anti-globalist, anti-globalization.
Yes. We participated in the founding in Canada maybe a month ago of the Indigenous Peoples Liberation Party, which I understand already exists in the United States, but they open up a Canadian front. And I was there for that. And we also worked very, very, very close with the Mexican National Liberation Movement and some of the people who I think you have had here, we have relationships with. We've organized the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations. And this is an organization of a variety of organizations. We held the first national demonstration against the Obama regime in Washington, D.C., and the only demonstration against Obama by Africans in the United States. And so we do have and enjoy a number of relationships beyond just our own and beyond the African community. We conducted the first public solidarity conference with the people of Nicaragua in the late 1970s, before they actually won their liberation in 1979. And I was in Nicaragua in 1981 after the revolution was concluded there. We had an incredibly important relationship with the Irish Republican Socialist Party, and I was in Belfast in 1983 with that solidarity, with the Irish people as well. So we have a long history of internationalism and relationships with oppressed peoples and struggling peoples around the world.
Okay, thank you very much for your interview. It was really nice. It was a nice talk. That was Anti-Globalization Movement of Russia. Thank you for your attention. Bye-bye.
Uhuru, another amazing interview with Chairman Omali Yeshitela. So Uhuru, everyone, if you're just tuning in, my name is Stephanie Midler, a member of the African People's Solidarity Committee, working under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party, and a member of the Hands Off Uhuru Fight Back Coalition Steering Committee. I'm joined today by co-host Comrade Mariah, also a member of the Hands Off Uhuru Fight Back Coalition, Uhuru Mariah. I'm coming to you live from St. Louis, Missouri, the headquarters of the African People's Socialist Party, as a part of our daily trial broadcast of the free speech trial of the century, the U.S. government versus the Uhuru Three, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, Penny Hess, and Jesse Nebel. The trial of the U.S. government versus the Uhuru Three concluded yesterday with closing statements after only 6 days, with jury deliberations beginning today. And jury deliberations have been going on now about an hour and 20 minutes. To keep track of how long the jury has been out, there's a jury watch clock on handsoffahuru.org that you can follow. And today we will continue to bring you our daily trial programming until 1 p.m. Eastern today. And we will break in with news from our Burning Spear media correspondent live in Tampa, should a verdict come in during the broadcast.
We just finished watching an interview of Chairman Omali Yeshitela speaking with the anti-globalization movement while in Russia in 2015. Portions of this video and others we are showing today have been presented as evidence during trial, and it is our hope that by showing them to you in full, you can see the truth of our position that the Uhuru Movement, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, Penny Hess, and Jesse Neville are absolutely not agents of the Russian government. and that African people have our own agency, organization, and leadership in the form of the African People's Socialist Party and Chairman Omali Yeshitela that are guiding our struggle for African liberation. Up next, we bring you a special presentation, streamed live on February 23rd, 2022, just 2 days before the start of Russia's defensive war in Ukraine. African People's Solidarity Committee Chair Penny Hess and Uhuru Solidarity Movement Chair Jesse Neville welcome special guest Chairman Omali Yeshitela for a discussion summing up the situation in Russia and Ukraine from an African internationalist point of view. Uhuru.
Uhuru, everyone, and welcome to the White Solidarity with Black Power live show, which is sponsored by the African People's Solidarity Committee. Today, we are discussing a very serious situation where the United States is threatening Russia with war around the question of the Ukraine. What's really happening from an African internationalist point of view? My name is Hallie Murray. I'm in St. Louis, Missouri right now, and I'm the Midwest Regional Organizer of the African People's Solidarity Committee. And I really just want to welcome you to this event. Please say where you're tuning in from in the chat. We have a very special guest with us tonight, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, the chairman of the African People's Socialist Party and leader of the African Nation, who has spoken in Russia on several occasions at the request of various Russian organizations. Chairman Omali has also written a great deal of analysis about the former Soviet Union and Russia, and is an expert in the realm of geopolitics. Tonight's event is sponsored by the African People's Solidarity Committee, APSC, which is an organization of white people that was created by and works under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party, of more than 40 years old, as part of the overall strategy for the liberation of African people. So Chairman Omali Yeshitela is also our leadership, and we salute him profoundly. Uhuru, Chairman, we're so honored to have you here. We also want to welcome Penny Hess, who is chairwoman of the African People's Solidarity Committee, and also Jesse Neville, who is chair of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. Both organizations are under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party. So before we get started, if you're tuning in on YouTube, please make sure to like and subscribe our page to get alerts whenever we go live or post a new video. This analysis tonight is, this is analysis you can only get right here, understanding the world through the eyes of the African working class. It's called African internationalism is the theory we'll be talking about tonight. So let's get this started. If you're tuning in on Facebook, please share this live stream with your friends. Also, let us know in the comments where you're tuning in from, say your city, and any messages. We will have a question and answer period at the end of the discussion, so please stick around for that. Put your questions in the comments. We have some moderators who will be letting us know what you're thinking about. And I just also want to say the work of the African People's Solidarity Committee is to raise reparations from the white community to fund the incredible work of the African People's Socialist Party, including the amazing Black Power Blueprint Project, which is right here in St. Louis on the north side. Part of the Black Power Blueprint is the new Uhuru Solidarity Center. This is a new building located at 2654 Gravois Ave in South St. Louis. This building is owned by the African People's Socialist Party, and we in the Solidarity Movement have been given use of this beautiful building as a solidarity center with the sign Unity Through Reparations to the African community. Tonight, APSC is raising resources for the expenses of the party's Solidarity Center within the white community of St. Louis, which is very historic. So tonight we are raising funds for this building to do our various renovations and event programming. Our goal tonight is $500, and you can go to apscuhuru.org/donate to contribute right now. So help us meet our goal, apscuhuru.org/donate, and we will show you some photos a little bit later to learn about what you're contributing to. So again, I just want to salute our leadership, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, who developed the political theory of African internationalism and who represents the leadership of the African Revolution around the world, Uhuru, Chairman. We also, of course, want to salute Deputy Chair Onezene Yeshitela, who has put Chairman Omali Yeshitela's vision of the Black Power blueprint on the ground in St. Louis and around the world. She leads more than 50 economic institutions of the party. So let's get started with our discussion tonight. Welcome, Chairwoman Penny Hess and Chair Jesse Neville. I'm going to turn it over to you, Uhuru.
Uhuru, Chairwoman Penny, I think you're on mute.
Uhuru, thank you, Hallie, Uhuru, Jesse.
Right.
And I just really want to say what an incredible honor to have you, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, on this show with us tonight. And, you know, just so much to say and to talk to you about. I want to welcome everybody who's coming on to this really profound analysis that will be from an African internationalist point of view from the work that Chairman Omali Yeshitela has done for over 30, 40 years in terms of the question of the former Soviet Union and Russia. And we're going to talk about that tonight. I want to salute the chairman of 50 years of relentless fight, working, struggling for the liberation of Africa and African people everywhere, and to acknowledge Chairman as the leader of the African nation and the work of the African People's Socialist Party, keeping the struggle, the anti-colonial struggle alive for the last 40, 50 years. And I want to salute Deputy Chair Onizine Yeshitela, who is the architect of the Black Power Blueprint, who has put this on the ground, and under whose direct leadership we in the African People's Solidarity Committee have the honor of working. And that the African People's Solidarity Committee, again, is an organization of white people formed by the African People's Socialist Party to extend the African revolution behind enemy lines into the white population, working for reparations to African people. And I also want to salute Benjamin Prado from Union del Barrio, who is on tonight. Uhuru, great honor to have you here tonight, Benjamin. And Chairman, thank you so much for coming on. Again, it's a great honor to have you here with us. And I think that one of the things that we're going to be talking about from the very beginning is your analysis of colonialism as the mode of production of the social system that we live in today. Your understandings from so many years that capitalism is born of colonialism, that capitalism is parasitic, it's born on the assault on Africa, the kidnapping of African human beings, and the stolen labor, stolen humanity, stolen genius of African people, as well as stolen African land and resources, which continues today on the stolen land of the indigenous people, where popular genocide has been carried out against the indigenous people and the colonial domination of the majority of the people on the planet Earth. This is your understanding that colonialism exists here inside the United States, and it defines, as you had said, the entire political configuration of the world today. And so before we start a discussion with you, Chairman, tonight we would like to just put out a little bit of what is happening. And certainly we want to start with solidarity with the people of Russia and their elected government, and and to acknowledge that that in the Second Imperialist War, Germany, which was called Nazi Germany at the time, backed by the United States, who was completely complicit with that, committed genocide against the Russian people or in the Soviet Union by killing, with a conscious policy, up to 27 million people. And yet still the Soviets fought back and defeated the armies of Hitler in a really heroic struggle, even though they were being starved and freezing to death and being openly murdered by with the complicity of the United States government. And so in this current situation, And I'm just going to say a little bit about what's happening right now. After decades of provocation by the United States and NATO, the US is pushing Russia into war and imposing deadly sanctions on the country as Russia allegedly sends peacekeepers into the Donetsk region of Ukraine, which Russia officially recognized as their territory, which it is, and territory which was essentially stolen from them by the US. And the US is treating this as an invasion. And as of yesterday, the US has won a, quote, hitherto somewhat reluctant Germany, unquote, to halt Russia's Nord Stream 2 natural gas pipeline that, according to Reuters, is worth $11 billion. And it was finished in September, but it has stood idle pending certification by Germany and the European Union. And it's something that the US very much has not wanted to see go online. And this pipeline has been set to supposedly ease the pressure on European consumers facing record energy prices amid a wider post-pandemic cost of living crisis, and on governments that have already forked out billions of dollars to try to cushion the impact on consumers. And this is according to Reuters. Russia supplies Germany with half its natural gas supply. The US has long opposed this pipeline and Germany's dependence on Russian gas. So, this follows a wave of US-backed, quote, color revolutions, or the CIA, dirty ops that it does to colonized countries, in particular around the world, overthrowing neo-colonialists and people that are not following or towing the US line at any given time, or for whatever reason the US would want to do that. And, throughout the territories of the former Soviet Union, there was the Rose Revolution in Georgia in 2003, the Orange Revolution in Ukraine in 2004, the Tulip Revolution in Kyrgyzstan in 2005, or even the Arab Spring in Asia and Africa in 2011, and many other counterinsurgencies against anti-colonial movements and countries and struggles for independence around the world historically and inside the US as part of what Chairman Omali Yeshitela has termed the colonial mode of production. In 2014, the US-backed coup that ousted Ukraine's elected president, Viktor Yanukovych, who had a relationship with Russia, and replaced him with a reactionary white nationalist government of Volodymyr Zelensky, who's a former professional comedian who is tied to paramilitary, anti-Russian, pro-US neo-Nazi groups. And the New York Times this morning wrote, or a couple of days ago actually, wrote that the former comedian is in over his head. And as the chairman has suggested, that others pull the strings for that, for him and for that. And I think that, there's been this thing that this was a fascist government, but the main point about it is that, as the chairman has said, that what is called fascist is things that white people see that resemble the terror that colonized peoples experience every single day under US imperialism. And that one of the things that has resulted from the current Zelensky government in Ukraine is far more attacks on the Romani people, on Africans from the continent, and Arab peoples. These terrorist kinds of attacks on many people living in Ukraine right now have increased enormously. So the current situation has an alleged buildup of Russian troops, of about 190,000 troops. And it comes after years of NATO encroachments, US CIA coups, color revolution, slander, and US sanctions, ongoing since the fall of the USSR in 1991, something also engineered by the US during the 1980s with the US-backed coup in Afghanistan on the Soviet border. And in fact, most people don't know this, but in the 1970s, there was the most progressive government in the Middle East was the government of Afghanistan. And it's where women had full rights, were leaders, could go to universities, but they had a relationship with the Soviet Union, and the US created a counterinsurgency and US-backed proxy forces to go in to overthrow that government. And that, just to say, and now of course we've all read that the US very shabbily withdrew from Afghanistan after 20 years of occupation, and that today 95% of the people of Afghanistan are starving, babies are dying, and this is the result of the US colonial occupation for over 20 years. So since 1991, the US has worked to contain Russia. According to one online source, since the dissolution of the Soviet Union in 1991, the NATO military alliance has extended its borders 800 miles to the east, incorporating Poland, Hungary, Czechia, Bulgaria, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Romania, Slovakia, Slovenia, Croatia, Montenegro, and North Macedonia. In 2021, NATO officially recognized Ukraine itself as an aspiring member, and Sweden and Finland are also considering joining the anti-Russian alliance, and both of them are on the border of Russia. Both Finland and Estonia are less than 200 kilometers, 125 miles from St. Petersburg, one of the major cities of Russia, and Ukraine's eastern border is less than 750 miles or 465 miles from Moscow. So while the US and European powers are denouncing Russia for alleged troop movements within its own borders, billions of dollars in arms have been supplied by the US to these Baltic states of Estonia, Lithuania, Latvia, which are being shipped to Ukraine. And the US already has more than 150 military advisors in Ukraine, including special operation forces, joining advisors from the UK, Canada, Lithuania, and Poland. So the US is threatening a war that would now affect Europeans instead of its usual colonial targets. And even Ukrainian President Zelensky has charged repeatedly that the US is blowing this out of the water, and has said that repeatedly again and making it a far bigger issue. In January, the UK Guardian reported Ukraine's President Zelensky has talked down the threat of an imminent Russian invasion and said the UK and US are wrong to pull out non-essential diplomatic staff from Kyiv, adding, "We don't have a Titanic here." Zelensky said last Friday he was acutely aware of the dangers posed by the 100,000 Russian troops gathered on Ukraine's border, but he appeared to disagree with Biden administration's bleak assessment that a Russian attack next month was distinctly possible. And a recent article on Information Clearinghouse stated Ukraine has already been massively weaponized by the United States since the CIA-backed coup d'etat in Kyiv in 2014 brought to power a neo-Nazi regime obsessed with antagonizing Russia. And I would say, and that's a quote, but of course it's created to threaten the Russian government. And the Biden administration has boosted inventories for anti-tank missiles and other lethal weaponry with plans for further increases. Now it emerges that additional supplies are on the way from both the US and Britain. Britain is to send anti-tank weapons to Ukraine along with, quote, military advisors. So I'm gonna stop here because I want to get input from you, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, and I want to ask you, just many, many questions about the history, about all of the writing and analysis that you have done on the situation. But I wanted to start, Chairman, with this understanding that a lot of white people, which you have defined as the colonizer, this dialectic between the colonizer and the colonized, and that a lot of white people put the struggle of African people as in some kind of isolated box, and that see it as conveniently want to see it as a problem simply of African people in the US. And you have given us this profound analysis of the world and the world economy that you have termed again as colonialism as the means of production. And you say that this means there is a dialectic in this world that connects the whole world, which means that there's no greater authority on the world situation than you, an African internationalist who can see this reality of how the world got to be the way it is. So, you have written, Chairman, through African internationalism, you said, we were able to reveal the fact that the oppressive conditions faced by Africa, Africans, and the majority of the peoples of the world are globally connected to the experience of affluence and power by the white population that is dependent on a pedestal of colonial domination. African internationalism connects the current political and economic configuration of the world to the colonial enslavement of Africa and African people. It proves that capitalism emerged as a parasitic world economy born at the expense of Africa, Africans, and all the world's peoples who are subjected to foreign and alien colonial rule up into this date. So, Chairman, please talk to us about this dialectic and as it relates to the situation of the current U.S. assault on the people and government of Russia.
Uhuru, thank you, Comrade Chairwoman Penny Hess, Comrade Jesse, Comrade Halley, all of you who are responsible for conducting this important webinar. I also want to extend greetings to Comrade Benjamin Prado from Union de Barrio, who is also on this meeting with us. We are up against something that most white people, most Europeans, including those in the United States, have difficulty grasping, in part because, as we said before, you talk about the colonizer defines reality, defines the world with the guns. You can't whistle at a white woman without dying. You can't say anything or do anything without facing the horrible consequences from this colonial master that has imposed itself on the world. And it has assumed it will be able to do this forever, but it won't. And the fact is that things are changing now. And so we've had a situation for the longest period of time, especially in the United States, probably the most politically backwards and deadly, dangerous force on the earth, and perhaps in the history of the earth, that you have the colonizer who has been the subjects of history, and the rest of us have been the objects of history. And what has happened is that we haven't been permitted to talk. We've been chained, bound, and threatened, beaten, garroted, just the whole thing to even say something, and which makes it, just incredible to listen to the garbage coming from this white man in the White House, Biden, who crept upon, stumbled upon, staggered upon this whole notion that he wants to have a confrontation with Russia. You may remember that Biden initially was saying that if Russia just attacked a little bit, it'll be all right, but they can't attack Ukraine a lot. I don't know if anybody remembers that. And he called hell for having made that kind of statement. So saying something about, there won't be sanctions if it's only a little attack or a small attack or a minor attack. But if it gets a big attack, a big invasion, something to that effect. And that roiled all kinds of forces when he made that statement. But here's what we have. We have a world, the whole world, the economic and political configuration of the whole world rests upon a foundation, a base of colonial slavery and domination. That's why the vast majority of the people on earth suffer without clean water, without lights, without anything that white people, the colonizer, takes for granted. And because the colonizer has power, has all the power, generally speaking, up until now, and this is the thing that's threatening the entire situation now, that there's a loss of power within the context of the existing structure of imperial domination, colonial rule. There's this uneasy equilibrium. This thing is being shaken to its very foundation, and that's part of what it is we're looking at. So Biden now has decided that Ukraine is the problem, and this was despite the fact that it took weeks to convince the Ukrainians themselves, or the people who live in Ukraine, that Russia was a problem, that Russia was going to threaten them. In fact, they pushed back for a long time. As you said, Zelensky, who I don't think was the person who replaced the person who was overthrown by coup. I think somebody else came first, and then Zelensky, the comedian, is the one who replaced him. But refused for the longest period of time to say that Russia was going to attack. And I also want to remind us that this is a very one-sided discussion that we are seeing and hearing. We don't hear the discussion that's coming from the Kremlin. We don't hear the discussion that's coming from Russia, from the Russians, and how they're articulating this reality, except there was recently a presentation that was made by President Putin, who, with some kind of accuracy, talked about how this whole historical relationship between Ukraine and Russia, that Lenin, he said, gave this entity that they're talking about to what is now characterized as Ukraine, and certainly Stalin facilitated that, and especially after the Second Imperialist World War. And the Russians gave up blood, sacrificed treasure, a whole bunch of other things in order to for the development of this entity that's Ukraine. So that did happen. And so now we have Zelensky moving closer to a position that's being pushed by the United States. What is the situation? The situation is that for everybody to see the declining power of the United States, there's no doubt about that. People have been seeing that all along. And the United States has been losing influence in the whole world. Two of the outstanding states that's challenged the hegemony of the United States have been Russia and China. These are two of the outstanding states, but they are losing influence and authority in a lot of other places. That includes Venezuela. People, you talk about how people don't want to connect Africa and African people to this situation. There's this ability for the settlers, for the colonizers to talk about Ukraine as if it were separate from what is happening in Venezuela, which is an ongoing decline in U.S. power and white power, and so-called Western colonial power is on a state of decline, and that's something that cannot be denied. One, two, and to the extent that at the Munich Security Council in 2020, they were talking about the state of, this is before this so-called threat to Ukraine from Russia. They were talking about the approaching Westlessness, how the West was disappearing, how the colonial powers of Europe were diminishing in terms of influence, authority, etc. This is what, and this was the Munich Security Council conference is something that happens annually, and hundreds of thinking representatives of white power, the colonizers and their minions and others attend these conferences every year. They are saying this. Zuckerberg was there, the one who don't let us on Facebook, and now he wants to condemn Russia or some other entity. Zuckerberg was there, and they're struggling with this whole issue of Westlessness. And we're talking about now the decline of the U.S., and we're talking about the decline of white power, generally speaking, certainly of colonial white power. This is what is happening here. So you have that. You have the despair of the Democratic Party or that sector of the ruling class tied to Biden, because you can't say it's the Democratic Party, because the Democratic Party, if you look at the demographics of it, 25% of it's African. I don't know how many other colonized people are attached to it, trying to find our way through that entity in the face of the so-called white party, which is the Republican Party, which is obviously whiter. But it strategically it pursues its interest in one way, and the Democratic entity pursues it, fight for white power in another way by mobilizing the colonizers, a form of neo-colonialism internalized that mobilize the colonized people to fight for imperialism in the name of some kind of democracy, as against the other group of colonizers who are supposed to be like fascists and other things like that. And the outcome of any of this, none of this results in the freedom of African people or the people any place on the planet Earth. And now there's common cause, you can see, generally speaking, within sectors of the rulers in this country about Ukraine and a willingness to do something to Russia as a consequence of the so-called encroachment in Ukraine. Now, something may happen there, but it hasn't happened. And everything we've heard now has been BS. It's been promoted. It's been wagging the dog, more or less, is what we've been seeing. Now, here you have Biden, whose poll numbers have been plummeting, and they're decrying that. They're saying what's going to happen in the midterm elections. Trump is going to come back, and he's in the wings. Don't forget that. Trump is in the wings, and that sector of the colonizer in the wings, ready, and by 2024, they're talking about a possible coup. Not a coup in Ukraine, or not a coup in Russia, but in the United States. This is what's being discussed right now. So here you have Biden, you have the crisis of the whole restlessness possibility. You have the inability up to now of the United States to keep all of the so-called Western partners in line with them, especially as China, Russia growing in influence, etc. And then you have Biden, whose political career is threatened, and everybody connected to Biden, they see their future going down the drain too. Their polling numbers are horrible. So typically, what they do is find something else that unites them and makes the enemy divert attention from their contradiction and create this other kinds of contradiction. And so there's this external enemy now that threatens all civilized white people in the world, and all the civilized white people have to get together now to protect themselves from the Russians. This is a common ploy. When the Lewinsky thing happened with Clinton, he bombed a pharmaceutical company in Sudan. We've seen this kind of thing happen typically to detract from the contradictions that these terrible entities have that they're confronted with themselves. And so now France typically was one of the last to come on board with this, the Russians gambit, and had set itself out to be the great diplomat who would visit Putin and visit Zelensky and pull it all together. Now France has joined this cry and this BS of saying, all the French, get out of Ukraine right away, because there's going to be this attack. And so this whole sense of urgent, desperate problems is being promoted, and so it's possible that Russia will attack. It would make sense if it did attack, just in the sense that you can't act like this. that Ukraine is some kind of benign entity that's right next to Russia anymore. You can see the whole history. From 1917, more than 100 years of aggression that's been pushed against Russia in some iteration or another. When it was the Soviet Union, it was invaded. The United States was a part of the invasion. And so all of this struggle has been going on. Then to the whole Cold War, they swore they were fighting against the communists in Russia, etc. But they didn't throw a brick at the communists. They didn't spit at the Russians. They didn't. All of the war that they were engaged in was so-called Cold War that happened in Africa. It happened in the Americas and other places like that, because the colonial question always was the fundamental question. And the question was, who was going to get those resources in Africa? Who was going to be able to control those resources in Asia and in the Americas, etc.? And the so-called West, and particularly under the leadership of the United States, was determined to do that. And so that's what we're looking at right now. And the question of Black people, Africa is central to it, because it's central to the existence, to the founding and the continuing existence of a colonial mode of production. The whole system got its beginning, got its origin in colonial slavery and the extension of colonialism around the world that has now become the foundation upon which all of the political and economic activity that we are talking about occurs. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Thank you. Very powerful and just really profound, Chairman. And I wanted to turn it over to Comrade Jesse, who's going to talk to you a little bit more.
Uhuru, Chairman and Chairman Penny. Yeah, this has been an incredible discussion already, and it's really an honor to have you here, Chairman. And this hysteria that you just described as the Russia gambit has been going on for a long time. Even in recent political history, we've been hearing about Russia and Ukraine, even throughout the Trump years, constantly. First, this whole idea that Trump was a Russian agent, and then even Trump's impeachment trial, which revolved around the allegation that he had withheld military aid to Ukraine in order to pressure them into providing him with intel about Joe Biden's son's, corrupt and nefarious activities in Ukraine. That was the grounds for the impeachment. And during that era, you wrote very, very insightfully about what was going on with Trump and Russia and Ukraine in the political report that was then published as the book Vanguard, the advanced attachment of the African Revolution. And you talked about what you refer to as the Atlanticists, or the Atlanticist bloc, and how Trump represented a rupture or a deviation from the Atlanticist arrangement. And you actually mentioned by name NATO, saying that the North Atlantic Treaty Organization was the most obvious political and military manifestation of the Atlantic bloc. And of course, Chairwoman Penny was reading earlier all of the various places surrounding Russia and Eastern Europe where NATO has established a presence and incorporated those former Soviet republics into the Atlanticist bloc. So could you talk about what is this whole concept of the Atlanticists, and what relationship, what significance does this have to what's going on right now with Russia and Ukraine?
Yeah, I think it's really important. And because with the success of the Russian Revolution, the whole threat of the idea of the workers taking over and taking power and kicking these filthy predators who got everything they got from slavery and colonialism and runs the world, keeps war always happening. This whole thing was threatened. And so here you have the Russian Revolution that was done in the name of the workers of the world. All the workers of the world, we're going to take down this system of the rich and put power into the hands of the producers, the workers of the world. They got it wrong in terms of how they define the workers and the producers ultimately, and how they understood, the origin of the social system. But it was scary as hell. to these guys. Penny mentioned earlier how during the Second Imperialist World War, how the United States and the so-called Western entities they set Russia up. The Soviet Union they withheld any kind of support and what have you, and their objective was to let Russia let the Soviets and the Nazis kill each other off or weaken themselves off, and then the U.S. comes out as top dog. And this is the nice guys we are talking about. We're talking about now, Comrade Jesse just mentioned how this Ukrainian question and the Trump issue, et cetera, and we're talking about a weakened U.S. imperialism. We're talking about an imperialism that's trying to define itself in a way that it can get some traction and hold on to masses of people in the United States and around the world, that's just defined itself as the democracy, and then China and Russia as the autocracies, and the world is split between autocrats and democrats, and of course the United States, which is founded on the graves, the slaughter of millions and millions and millions of indigenous people here, and the captivity and forced enslaved labor of Africans. It's the democracy. And China, who as far as I know, never enslaved people, and Russia, as far as I know, they went through the whole feudal thing, but never enslaved people. These are the countries that's the autocracies. And so this is how they've defined the world now, to try to climb out of this this station that they are located in right now. And they've been trying to get out of it for a long time. And now the Biden administration is custodian of the worst expectations of the social system itself. So this is part of what defines this particular reality, and how the Biden administration and the rest of them are trying to move and trying to get out of it. But it is a colonial mode of production. It is a mode of production that the whole world is locked into. Whether you ever been to Africa or not, whether you've ever been to Mexico or not, the fact is that the pedestal for all of the economic activity in the world, that for the emergence of this thing that we call capitalism, the pedestal of that, the thing that changed the world from just the world of individual countries and worlds, a number of worlds in casual relationship to each other, the thing that changed all of that, that brought it all together, was colonialism. It was the colonialism that hooked the entire world up from Africa all the way up, and then Europeans now sit on top of that world and administer that through the ruling class, through the European ruling class. So everything that happens from that basis. And the other question that you were raising, Comrade, the aspects of that, Comrade Jesse, what was another aspect of that you were raising? What was the essence of that?
The question of the Atlanticists.
And so here's what you had, is that right after the Second Imperialist World War, like the First Imperialist World War, the Treaty of Versailles is the one that's responsible for the advent of the League of Nations. Mm-hmm. The League of Nations was supposed to be this international entity that brought peace to the world so that white people wouldn't have to fight each other anymore for the colonial resources. Except, and this was something that was put forth by President Woodrow Wilson, except the US Congress wouldn't go for it. So the League of Nations sort of withered out. And then at the end of the Second Imperialist World War, another bloody imperialist enterprise, millions of people are being killed everywhere. And like the First Imperialist World War, it was a war to redivide the world among these bandits, which is what's being happening now with this whole Russia, Ukraine, all that. Who's going to dominate the world? Who's going to get what part of the world? What entity will do that? And so the Second Imperialist World War, they came up with the United Nations, and this was this got traction. It's stuck, but you know it's a very undemocratic thing that they created with a handful of people who are the Security Council who can veto anything. And initially, that was essentially a white thing. And then it gives ability for everybody to talk but this handful of Security Council are the ones who dominate and say what's going to happen in the world. And then, then there was the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. All of this is a part of the Atlanticist movement, and Europeans and colonizers around the world participated. This was a new bloc. This was how this ruling elite bloc established itself and functioned through the this Atlanticist grouping. They created things like the World Trade Organization, various other kind of trade regulations. Most of the international law and what have you for a certain time came from this arrangement. So you had the Atlanticists, and they were the ones who had a relatively comfortable relationship, not without contradictions, not without hiccups, etc. But they are the ones who found a way to be able to moderate their own disagreements, and part and fundamental to much of what they was doing is containing the Soviet Union. So NATO was formed. It came into existence for the exact and specific purpose of containing the Soviet Union, so that there would not be any growth of a revolutionary workers movement in the world, and certainly not the Soviet Union. That's what NATO was formed for. And so, but after the collapse of the Soviet Union, the logic for NATO was no longer there, because again, it was there to contain the Soviet Union. There is no Soviet Union. So why the hell is there NATO now? It's there now because the fact is that the whole anti-Soviet thing they were doing in part was to contain the colonial resources of the world. They were in a contest in the Soviet Union, China. China wouldn't let them take Korea. China kept them out of China. China kept them from total domination of Asia and what have you. And then you got Russia, who was there also as a factor. So you have these forces who are contending with the colonial setup, and NATO was formed. It was created for that. China, Korea, the so-called tumbling dominoes of colonialism, they were intended, they were determined to keep that from happening. And so now the question, it became a shaky kind of enterprise. So Trump was in the first person who questioned the legitimacy of NATO. In fact, even Obama had begun the so-called Asian pivot and what have you, to the dismay of some of the Atlanticists. But Trump was able to move in a fashion that was different from most of them because he was not a part of the group. And he there were other interests who were trying to intervene in a very powerful way economically on the world scene. Trump may have had some kind of relationship with somebody in Russia or Russians. Another thing was trying to emerge in terms of economic movement and development in the world. And so he challenged the NATO situation, United Nations. He came in challenging the United Nations and NATO. And all of the liberals and leftists are fighting to protect the United Nations and protect NATO as if they were some kind of legitimate people's institutions. And when they were founded, the United Nations was founded for the purpose of peaceful collaboration among the colonizers to maintain domination of the world without having to have another war in order to make that happen. And so that's what this whole Atlanticist thing is. The Atlanticist thing has fractured. And in fact, you can call this as a part of the movement of Westlessness that threatened the Munich Security Conference that they were talking about in 2020. The Atlanticists, that is the so-called West that we are talking about, the Western colonizers and what you're talking about. And everybody perceives the fact that U.S. has not the power that it has had in the past, that Europe itself has not the power that it has had in the past. And because all European, U.S. and European power relied on what? On colonies, sucking the blood of the colonized peoples of the world. And the colonized peoples of the world are in motion, and we are in motion to take back Africa, every square inch of Africa,
and people in Venezuela, throughout South America, Asia, everywhere. That's what this fight is about. And so it's not just a Venezuelan fight over here and then another fight with Ukraine over here. It's connected. It's a world connected together by a colonial capitalist economy. And it is in serious distress right now. But it's a dangerous situation as well, because with all of the bluster that you see, with all the movement of troops and military hardware that you see, with the flying on the borders, the U.S. military nuclear-powered, nuclear weaponized flights on the border of Russia, with the movement of these battleships and what have you, and the Pacific Asia region, the challenging China and what have you, and then blowing it up. And you got the industry, these munitions corporations who have an interest in making people scared and making war happen or possible. And this blowing up and more and more resources now going to munitions and things like that. It's a very primitive and very hostile kind of political economy that we are looking at. And that's what colonial capitalism is. It's a hostile political economy. It's a blood-sucking political economy, and it has to go. Uhuru. And so the reason that that we are sympathetic or can be sympathetic to Russia is political, not moralistic. I don't know. I mean, Russia is a capitalist trying to be forge its way. It's different, and maybe we may get a chance to say some things about how Russia and China are different and how they are able to challenge the colonial mode of production in a way that we haven't seen happen like this before. But yeah, the thing is that the reason that we can be sympathetic to Russia is because it clearly represents a fracture in U.S. hegemony. It's a threat to U.S. hegemony, and it destabilizes the existing kind of political and economic arrangements that has dominated the world up to now. Uhuru.
Uhuru, Chairman. Uhuru. This is so profound. And a little bit ago, you were talking about how most white people have difficulty recognizing, seeing the world as it really is, and truly is impossible unless we are under the leadership of the African Revolution. And that the way that, as you've always said, that the colonizers have determined that we are the subjects of history and everybody else, the objects of history, have no first person. That is, and that we have unloaded and participated in the most vicious forms of violence against African people and the peoples on the planet Earth without ever blinking an eye, and yet holding ourselves up as the arbiters of, the moral high ground of the world. And that, that we have this opportunist white left that is really nothing more than the loyal opposition inside the system of colonialism as the mode of production, which is basically, it's there to point out the problems, maybe, that make white people uncomfortable, but it's never about overturning the system that it has to go.
Not only is it not about overturning the system, Penny, I know you're going someplace else with that question, that intro, but not only is it not about overturning the system, it is about protecting the system. And that's why they would have us engage in this struggle against fascism, right? As opposed to colonialism, which is what the whole thing rests upon. And what they're saying is unite with me in this struggle that we're having with these other white guys who are trying to take over the colonial mode of production. They're not overturning the colonial mode of production. They're not overturning the system that Trump represents. They saying, put my guy in to dominate things as opposed to this guy. And so they want the Africans, the Mexicans, the indigenous peoples to throw down everything that we are doing. Stop. In fact, during the Second Imperialist World War, the whole position that came from the Communist International was this united front against fascism. So here, all of the colonized people who were subject to the leadership of the Communist International, that included people in Vietnam and other places around the world, were not supposed to engage in struggle against the French who were colonizing them in Vietnam, because we had to have this united front against fascism because the French were opposed to German fascism. And so we have this situation historically. That's been the issue. So not only do they, not fight, to overturn it, they fight to protect it.
Yes.
They fight to come up with a special category to deal with white people. Everybody is catching hell. You want to tell me about fascism? How the hell, 50 million indigenous people dead by the time of sometime in the about 1600 or something to that effect. Where's the fascism? Where's the fascism with all of the enslaved Africans? They never said this was fascism that's happening to black people, to Mexicans, and et cetera, just fascism when white people are catching hell. And then they see, and some Africans and other colonized people fall victim to this nonsense too, because we haven't yet become African internationalists and captured control of our own brains and in our own worldview. And so we borrow from the colonizer, the left colonizer. But in the last political report, we had these long articulations from the communists of the world who were talking about socialist colonialism and what have you. And that's what all of the leftists I know believe in, socialist colonialism, whether they say it or not. And into the whole movement is supposed to be a struggle for white rights, no matter what the hell is going on, fighting for white rights, white workers' rights, white homosexual rights, white trees rights, white whales rights, white fish rights, white any kind of thing that's going to keep a secure white people, because the whole environment, the earth is being destroyed with the initial attack, assault on the earth, being with Africa and the colonized peoples of the world. And now everybody's supposed to wake up and protect the environment and protect the this and the that. Well, hell. Yeah. Wow. I know I took you off point, Comrade.
No, not at all. Because this is the point. Just understanding this colonial mode of production, and that that you've talked about, this restlessness, this crisis of imperialism that you've written about, and you've called it the uneasy equilibrium in the world between the past and the future. And just say a little bit more about that, Chairman.
I want to say, Comrade Penny, getting to that, I think is important because something may happen in Ukraine. Because as you see the so-called West pumping all kinds of resources, guns, munitions, and so-called advisors into Ukraine. I was in the U.S. Army when they were sending advisors into Vietnam. And what is happening is that they have the ability to use Ukraine as a dagger into the heart, to drive it into Russia and set off a response by the Russians to crush it and to crush this thing, and then use that as a means of justifying other kinds of actions that they want to unite the world against, Russia with. I think we should be aware of that. Why are they putting all these weapons in Ukraine? Why are they putting all the guns in Ukraine? Why are they screaming, everybody get out of Ukraine, creating this sense of hysteria and what have you? And then they can use Ukraine, like I said, as a dagger in the heart of Russia, drive it into Russia and what have you, just straight, into Russia. And of course, they would get a hot, response to that. So I wanted to say that. And what we have is, this situation that we've talked about, Comrade Penny, it's been a weakness of the traditional Marxist analysis that has talked about the various modes of production and how you have this sort of cascading process from what they refer to as primitive communism and to slavery and to feudalism into capitalism, etc. But the weakness of that has been not recognizing that colonialism is a mode of production. It's not just how Marx would have defined us as some kind of auxiliary
just significant to white people. That's how he called it primitive accumulation. He called turning Africa into a warren for the commercial hunting of black skins primitive accumulation. He called the war that China fought, that England fought with China, the Opium Wars, primitive accumulation. In other words, and when they say primitive accumulation, what that means is a primitive accumulation of capital for the emergence of capitalism as this white thing that happened in the world. And so we were like auxiliary forces, and so they missed it. They don't get it. They never got it. And what we're saying is that the real crux of the question, that we said that's why you could not even characterize the Russian Revolution as a socialist revolution, in the sense that there was the historical basis for socialism had arrived. The historical basis for socialism had not arrived. It's just that the political condition had arisen for socialists to take power in Russia. So socialism, as Marx had talked about it, as Lenin had predicted, as Trotsky and all these, it wasn't there. And even Lenin said it, with this new economic policy that he put forward, they never assumed it and said that this is not going to work unless there's there's revolution, socialist revolution in Germany and all these other places. So it didn't work. It was wrong. And it had to be wrong. And Ho Chi Minh had it right when he said at one of the meetings of the Communist International, the Third International, he said, you are looking for imperialism in Europe. When you look for imperialism in Europe, you only see the tail. He said the head of imperialism is in the colonies. He was right. And so it's the colonial question, and that's the thing that's shaking up the whole world today. That's why you see the U.S. involved in a permanent state of warfare. That's why this whole tussle is happening. We're trying to define Russia and China, who encroaching upon the potential, the ongoing growth and control of the colonial resources of the world. And this is and Africa, which is not even counted. There's nobody even considers Africa. That's their mistake. Because Africa is being reborn, even as we have this discussion. That's part of my job. That's the development of the African Revolution, because that's the fundamental key to overturn this social system. So we have this uneasy equilibrium that the arrangements that's been there for the longest period of time, holding this thing together, is on a shaky foundation. That's the foundation that is comprised of a colonial, oppressive colonial past, and the future of liberated people and the workers of the world, and certainly the African workers' revolution. So this is the uneasy equilibrium. This is what we're looking at, and increasingly you see efforts like this nonsense about the defining the world is divided between the democracies and the autocracies. Such nonsense, Right. I'm sure we're going to have more and more opportunity to talk about this moving forward. And I want to agree with you before you go to any further, comment Penny and comment Jesse, that people ought to give that $500 that you're talking about.
Yes, absolutely, Chairman. We're gonna have to wrap up, and then we are going to go into discussion. But Chairman, I mean, this is so profound. I just, I'm deeply moved by just the clarity that African internationalism brings us, enables us to see, and gets rid of, all the crap and puts it out the world as it really is, as it is experienced by the African working class and the majority of the people on the planet Earth. And everything else is part of being the subjects of history, truly. And we're gonna have some discussion in a minute, and shortly. But I do want to call on people, on white people, to recognize what Chairman Omali Yeshitela is saying and understand this thing about being the subject of history, of being the colonizer, and that the chairman has fought for the understanding. I'm telling you, 30 years ago, 25 years ago, nobody knew what the word reparations meant. Nobody knew or used the word colonialism. I was driving home tonight, Chairman, and on NPR radio were indigenous people talking about colonialism, using that term and saying, and the woman was saying, because all these white people are now calling themselves indigenous. And she's saying the colonizer, nobody wants to be the colonizer, admit they're colonizers anymore, but we are colonized and our children are stolen, our land is stolen, our culture is stolen. You know, this, who put this out? You did.
Yeah.
You have fought for that for the last 50 years. And this is how the world is understanding this, that you can hear about colonialism inside the borders of the United States and pointing to white people as the settler colonizers on this land that belongs to the indigenous people, because you have fought for that. The African People's Socialist Party has put that out over and over and over again and said that the struggle is not against racism. The struggle is against colonialism, just as an African on the continent of Africa is fighting against colonialism. African people, because they were brought here as property, are fighting against colonialism inside the false borders of the United States. And yeah, and I just, you know,
I think maybe Putin heard too, Penny. You may have seen a recent discussion that he had. He was characterizing Ukraine as a colony. He was saying Ukraine is a colony of the West, of the U.S. and the West. So that's interesting.
And also that you were invited to Russia, and you have spoken there.
Yeah.
And spoken to some very august bodies there. And, you know, and that's a place, and I've heard many peoples around the world, when they hear you speak, they ask you to come to, you know, the chairman was speaking to people, and there was a student from Vietnam, and she came up to the chairman in San Diego and said, we need you in Vietnam now, you know, and I've heard the Palestinians say that to you. And, you know, and even people in Russia said, we need you here, Chairman Omali Yeshitela. So yes, this analysis gives just incredible confidence and, you know, to everyone on the planet to suddenly, you know, have the ability to see the world as it really is and to understand, you know, what you have done to elevate the, you know, just the historic, you know, importance and key significance of the African working class as the working class on the planet. So we have so much more that we could talk about, Chairman, and there always is. This is so profound, but what I love is the way you turn history right side up, and that you just put out these simple concepts, and everybody has to go, oh wow, that's so right. You know, that can't be denied, that can't be fought against. So, you know, I just really appreciate that, and I want to call on people, on white people, if you're not already a member of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, join, go to uhurusolidarity.org. You can also find out more about being in the African People's Solidarity Committee. And we're gonna have Comrade Ruby's gonna talk about this more, but I just wanna join. We have to join the people of the planet. We have to rectify our position and our self-imposed isolation from the rest of the world, as Chairman Omali Yeshitela has said. And we have the ability to do that, but only under the leadership of the African working class. We can't do it sitting on the pedestal on the backs of everybody else. It's not possible. This is how we change our relationship to the world and not be the hated subjects of history, you know, and sitting in, you know, on the stolen land of the indigenous people as the top imperialist power of the planet. So, Chairman, thank you. And we will be back in just a minute and talk some more with you. And everybody who has questions, please put them in the chat and other kinds of things. And so here's Hallie coming on to end. But Uhuru, and thank you so much.
Uhuru, come on, thank you. Uhuru.
Chairman Omali Yeshitela and Chair Penny Hessen, Jesse, this was so powerful. Thank you so much, Chairman, for this on-point analysis of just what is going on in the world. That was really That was really
Great.
deep. I really personally appreciated that. I've been taking notes here, and we just we will be having a question and answer period shortly. There's been some great comments and questions coming in, so keep putting them in the chat, and as well as on Facebook and YouTube. Just put them in the chat. We will get back to you on that. Before we get into our Q&A, we want to tell you how you can get involved in solidarity with African people's struggle for liberation. And right now, I'm excited to bring on Comrade Ruby to tell you more about that. Uhuru Ruby.
Uhuru. Thank you so much, Hallie. And I just really want to echo what I so appreciate, the analysis. Where else can you hear this truth and hear, the views of the African Revolution? And we want to call on people to donate. We want to raise that $500 today. That's a very, very low, very reasonable goal. And we want to we're raising the money in this event for the Uhuru Solidarity Center, for the expenses of the Uhuru Solidarity Center in St. Louis, which, as was said earlier, this is a building owned by the African People's Socialist Party that the African People's Solidarity Committee is responsible to develop and promote as a real tangible place in the world where people can find and join the movement for white people's reparations to the African community in St. Louis and beyond. It's the headquarters of the African People's Solidarity Committee in the US and around the world. And this is a really, really new and important institution that exists for white people to take a new kind of stand to rectify our 500-year relationship with the rest of humanity through reparations to African people. And we want to show you some pictures of this place. And this is the front of the building. On the left is what it looks like now, and on the right is a concept, with the new signage, unity through reparations. And we are going to be completing, it's going to look like this. It's going to look like the picture on the right by the end of the first quarter of this year. We've had 6 work days since November, and we've completed phase 1 of the renovations. Next slide. We have some beautiful before and after shots showing you, that's what it looked like before. Now we put that gorgeous red floor and the black trim, and it is so fresh and beautiful. We want this place to be the best because this is for reparations to African people. Whoops, hold on a second. This is a view looking out of the front onto Gravois Avenue. We're going to be getting curtains, and we're going to paint the Congo design in the arc above the windows. This is another view of the main room, and we're going to use this area to build a storefront for Uhuru Planet, which you can see on display, and that is where we're also selling the other Buy Black Power products. And this work was possible because of our amazing volunteers. We're going to show a few quick pictures of volunteers coming out and doing the work to transform this building. And we've already held events there. We've had a potluck, we've had political education, and we've increased sales for Uhuru Planet reparations apparel. We've created a space for live broadcasts like this one. And here's another view of the Planet Uhuru space. And we want to call on everybody. We've already raised $150. We have 350 remaining of the goal. I am going to donate another $35. So we are at we have 185 contributed. So we only need $315 now. We really want to urge everybody to donate today. And I want to thank Leah in Minneapolis, Maureen in Oakland, Lisa in Minneapolis, Penny in St. Louis. And you go to donate. It's pinned in the chat where you donate. And we're going to keep announcing new contributions throughout the rest of tonight's program. But this is an institution. We need to build it in St. Louis. then we need to build it in Philadelphia. We need to build it in California. We need to build the movement for white people's reparations to the African community as a real contending thing to the kind of colonial economy that exists that has been so eloquently spoken about today. So here's where you go to donate, apscuhuru.org/donate. And I also want to say, you know, as Penny said, we want to call on people right now to join the African People's Solidarity Committee. This is the organization that was founded by Chairman Omali Yeshitela and the African People's Socialist Party to work directly under the leadership of the African Revolution, to tell the truth, to take full responsibility to stop the violence and war of colonialism and win reparations and rectify the last 500 years of genocide committed by our European and American ancestors, and that we directly benefit from today. We're turning this around under the leadership of the African Revolution. Joining APSC is how we can do that from the white community. And go to apscuhuru.org/join, fill out the form, and somebody from the membership office will contact you within 24 hours. We can get started on the new membership process right away. That includes political education, getting to work, contributing your skills and strengths to our mission of winning millions of dollars in reparations to the African liberation struggle, and building a huge, strong movement of white solidarity with Black power under the leadership of the African Revolution and the African People's Socialist Party. This is the time to bring the resources stolen from African people back to the African Revolution. Join today. Okay, we have $165 to go. We've raised some more money. We have now raised, Jesse did $30. Okay, so we have raised $335. So all we need is $165. We can do that tonight. Benjamin just did $50 donation. Excellent. That's fantastic. Okay, well, just keep those donations coming. You don't have to do 50 though. You can do 5, 10, whatever you can do. But if you can do 50, do 50, do 100. This is where the future is being built. All right. Thank you so much. I'm going to turn it back over to Hallie. Uhuru.
Uhuru Ruby, thank you so much for that exciting appeal. And everyone who's donated, keep it coming. Go to apscuhuru.org/donate. Put those reparations to use to build the Uhuru Solidarity Center. So I just want to give a shout out to the people watching in all the different locations. We have some people in the Yukon Territories in Canada, St. Louis, Minneapolis, Louisville, Kentucky, Gainesville, Florida, other parts of Canada, Birmingham, United Kingdom, the Zola Bantu community, San Diego, California, Largo, Florida, Southeast Michigan, Oakland, California, Seattle, Washington, Mesa, Arizona, Israel. I know Boston was in the chat as well. And we already have some comments and questions that have come in. So if you still have questions or comments, you can put them into the comment section on Facebook or YouTube or in Zoom, and we will get to them. So this is open to Chairman Omali Yeshitela and Chair Penny and Jesse. So the first question is from Kempfer on YouTube and from Southwest Michigan. They say, hello, what do you think of the American Party of Labor and the International Conference of Marxist-Leninist Parties and Organizations? What do you think of imperialism and the revolution by Hoxha? That's Hoxha. Also, did the USSR's relationship with African nations differ pre-Kirchhoffite, can't say that, revisionism versus post-Kirchhoffite revisionism? It's difficult to find accurate books about the USSR, especially pre-Khrushchev. Sorry, I'm saying
Khrushchev.
Uhuru.
I'm looking at, I'm trying to see that written. He's talking about she, is it a she or he? That's question. Albania. Sure. They're talking about Albania, aren't they? Kosa from Albania.
Well, but also Khrushchev.
Oh, in Khrushchev.
Khrushchev,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
And I see. And I think that I understand the question that's being raised, and I understand this whole contest, this ideological contest that happened with the Albanian revolutionary. I've forgotten how it's pronounced that name. And I know that that there are people who felt like Khrushchev betrayed the revolution, especially Stalin, and that was a great failure of the whole communist movement globally. And so, I mean, there are arguments that can be made around that if you contain the discussion, within this understanding of somehow, if you liquidate the fact that it's a colonial mode of production, then you can get involved in the discussion. If you recognize that we're talking about colonial mode of production, neither Khrushchev, nor the Albanians, nor Stalin, nor any of them recognize that. That's what I recognize. There's a colonial mode of production. And because they couldn't recognize that, they had a worldview that was very similar to the colonizers. The colonizers saw themselves and what they had produced in the world as central to the universe. And because they could not, again, we're talking like this question about subjects and objects of history. And the Africa and Africans and the colonized people were simply objects of history. And you can go back, though. I would ask this comrade to get the political report to this Congress, to the plenary that we've just come out of, and read that section of the political report that deals with how the whole communist movement globally was involved in trying to justify a socialist colonialism. So, I mean, what I'm saying, comrade, is that you can involve, if you want to know about that debate, then study that debate. If you want to know about the world, study African internationalism. And that's what I would have to say, about that, I have tons of books. I have serious criticism by Mao, of Khrushchev, and I have, tons of stuff like that. All of the polemics that went toward the Soviet the Union after Stalin, but that doesn't answer the question. Neither of them are dealing with the colonial mode of production.
And never recognizing, specifically that African people are colonized inside the United States, inside the borders of the United States, and plays out in this, really foul colonial way of attempting to put African workers under the leadership of white workers.
Well, that's one aspect of it. But the other aspect of it is they can't even see the world connected. Mm-hmm. They just see these different places and different people and what have you, not understand that there's a global economy. Mm-hmm. At one time, even when I assumed that was a capitalist economy, it was clear that it was born globally. It was not born as something in Manchester, in England. It was a global system. Mm-hmm. And it's going to take a global response. And African people have been strategically put in those places as part of the process that constructed it, that we function sort of as a cornerstone to the entire edifice. We're going to bring it down.
True. Thank you, Chairman. I also want to echo what you said about reading the recent political report from the 2022 plenary. Maybe someone can put the link in the chat to read, because that will answer many people's questions just on the state of colonialism in the world. So, Uhuru, Chairman. So we have another question from a different YouTuber called Harold, who said, are there actual Ukrainian patriots who want neither Western nor Putin-based imperialism? And accepting that Biden is trash, of course, hasn't Putin acted along the lines that Peter the First laid out, Russian-centered imperialism?
Let me just tell you something that I don't know too much about Peter the First. But I do know this, that there was a process that went into creating the social system that we live under now. And that Peter I was not a part of that process. That process came as a consequence of colonialism. I don't know where this person who is asking this question is located, where this person comes from. But you can dig in, especially if you're anywhere in the United States. You shouldn't be hard for you to find out the origin of the contradiction that we're talking about. Go across the street. Go to that part of the freeway, that interstate that went through the African community. Go to the artificial border that separates Mexico from Mexico. I mean, I don't know. I mean, Peter, I don't know what Peter did. I don't know anything about Peter. I just know that this social system came into existence through colonialism. And you talk about imperialism and Putin imperialism versus somebody else's imperialism. What the hell do you know about Putin imperialism? What you know about for sure is that the United States government, Benjamin Prado asked a question about summing up the 2014 coup that installed the puppet regime currently in power in the Ukraine. And of course, this happened after the government that was in power at the time rejected a relationship with the European Union and held instead for a relationship with with Russia. This was the basis for the crisis and the demonstrations and the protests and what have you. But that led to, actually threatening this guy, the president, and pushing him out of the country. It was a coup. It was recognized as a coup. Usually what we hear from America and all these good Western guys, that they don't respect governments that came into power through coups. That's one of the lame things, except unless it's their coup, right? And but the fact is, there's nothing new about that. I mean, look at the coup that happened in Iran. Just go back, 1953. The United States government did this. Look at Honduras as recently as 2009, I think it was. Look at Libya, 2011. They create this crisis and so-called demonstrations and et cetera, and then they initiate this coup. They tried it in Syria. That's what they're still dealing with right now. They tried it in Iran. The Iranians crushed it right away. So it's not a new phenomenon. This is stuff they've been doing historically. They raised this contradiction inside a particular country, and then they ship in and they use agents, as sleepers and things like that. They call them, that they have embedded in these countries. And in Russia, right now in Russia, they've had NGO organizations. I don't know why Putin allows this. The dictator Putin, if it were me, the imperialists, their asses would be someplace else or in jail. I mean, there are NGOs right now in Russia that work for America and for Europe and what have you, promoting European and American democracies and stuff like that to pull these groups of people together. It's a common thing that the United States and all these imperialist powers have done. And they've done exactly what they said Putin has done. They create a situation like even this thing that we call Panama. Panama came into existence because they wanted to make that canal happen. They wanted that canal because before the Panama Canal, it was Colombia. And so what they did was that the so-called Panamanians on a part of it said, we're going to have a revolution. The United States supported the Panamanian. That's how Panama came into existence, so that they had this thing that they could dig this ditch and have the Panama Canal. It's the way they've always done it. So it's nothing new, like about it at all. And in this case, they got a bigger pushback than they normally would get. And because they had encroached upon Russian, not just spheres of interest, but security of the country. Again, this has been more than 100 years that they've been assaulting Russia. And so there's no benign Ukraine that's there being plucked by Putin and what have you. It's been plucked already. And the plucker was U.S. and imperialism, and Putin, I think, has decided that he's not going to be plucked. And they have imposed themselves in such a way. They have misused Russia, and They were able to do it because of weak Russian leadership up to now, subsequent to the collapse of the Soviet Union. And so Putin pushed back. And this is the thing that startled them, shook them up, because they thought they were planning a unipolar world. They were dancing in the streets under Clinton and what have you. It's a new world. It's a unipolar world. Just the United States dominates everybody. You had Fukuyama, there's one of their thinking representatives, talking about the end of history now. There's the end of history, right? We won, etc. And now I think I agree with the end of history. Be careful what you wish for. Restlessness.
Exactly.
Thank you, Chairman. So we have, we're a little bit behind, but I do want to get to, there's a couple more comments and questions. Abby on Zoom said, Uhuru is so powerful and insightful, Chairman. Another comment on Zoom from Leah in Minneapolis. She says, this analysis is so hard to come by, and I'm really thankful for it. Salute the Chairman for sharing this with us. It's so rare that we hear anything about the historical conditions that have led up to current conditions. Yet it is essential to know this history if we want to be a meaningful part of the revolutionary process. Thank you, Chairman, Chairwoman Penny, Chair Jesse, and everyone who had a hand in this webinar. Uhuru, Leah. Another comment from Abby. I'm so speechless when white people call themselves indigenous, as it shows a lack of historical analysis and basic understanding of what's going on. Yep, it's true. Another comment on Facebook from Paula Jane. The road to socialism is painted black. White people leading, quote, leading a socialist revolution keeps white power and white colonialism intact. It wouldn't even be true socialism if white people led a revolution. And we have a question here from Benjamin Prado. I wanted to ask the Chairman if Chairman can sum up the 2014 coup that installed the puppet regime currently in power in the Ukraine. And then later he commented, excellent summation. So yeah, if you could talk about that, Chairman Uhuru.
So I thought I did. I was hoping that's what he meant when he said excellent summation. I was hoping.
Okay.
But I want to deal with this question also, that the USSR's relationship with Africans. There are no African nations. There is an African nation, but pre and post Khrushchevite revisionism, as it's characterized. We had big problems. At one time, we were the party. The Berlin newspaper was in virtually all of the so-called Eastern European countries, Cuba, etc. And then a policy emerged, and this was under the influence of the Communist Party in the United States, because they characterized our politics as some kind of nationalism that they were opposed to. And so they were able to prevent the Berlin newspaper. We couldn't get to Cuba. There was a time you couldn't get to Cuba unless you went through the Communist Party USA. And you couldn't get to the newspaper, and the Cubans stopped us from sending the paper. And that happened with some of the other governments as well. I don't think this had anything to do with post or pre-Khrushchev revisionism. I just think that because I don't think this revisionism that they talked about is a factor in the struggle for Africa and African people. Not in that way, anyhow. The Soviets had pre-Khrushchev revisionism determined that there were only, I think it's 5 legitimate, authentic revolutionary organizations in all of Africa. And those were revolutionary, those were organizations that that held up the Soviet line at the time, that spoke to the Soviet interests at that time. And so they funded, supported, like all of those forces, regardless of whatever else they may have represented in the world. They were problems for us. That's one of the reasons there's an African Socialist International today. Uhuru.
Thank you. So there's another comment from Kemfer on YouTube. The one who was the first comment. I read that there have been humans traveling between Africa, Asia, and the Americas long before the 15th century. I think it was a book by Hosea Jaffe.
Say that again.
They were saying, I read that there have been humans traveling between Africa, Asia, and the Americas long before the 15th century. I think it was a book by Hosea Jaffe.
Who wrote that?
It seems like they're
Southeast Michigan.
They're staged.
Oh, sorry. Who? Camphor from YouTube.
Yeah, there's I mean, I think there's evidence of that. I mean, I know there is evidence of that. I mean, you can see it. You go to parts of central Mexico and what have you, and what they call Belize and all these places, you find these huge, magnificent, colossal heads. And if they didn't come from Africa, they damn sure came from Detroit. But and that was centuries before the birth of Christ, and magnificent. Yeah, so I don't doubt that at all. And then you see there are Black people in other parts of the Asia Pacific region and Australia and all of that who clearly, were here a long time, thousands of years ago.
And I just want to also say that the chairman has used the writings of Hosea Jaffe as basically, as I guess, scientific historical corroboration with the understanding of African internationalism and colonialism as the mode of production. And I really hope that you can read the book Vanguard by the chairman, Uneasy Equilibrium. These are available on the Burning Spear marketplace.com. And I'm not sure when the latest political report will be released by the party publicly, or if it has been, but the chairman extensively quotes Hosea Jaffe and that, and has many times in the past. But I hope you will read it and really, really understand and educate yourself about this political understanding of African internationalism and colonialism as the mode of production.
Well, listen, you hear the story about that Europeans left Europe, on this trying to find a route to India and what have you, et cetera, which is nonsense. And it's Africa. It has always been Africa. They were on the coast of Africa, run up and down. I mean, Mansa Musa came from Mali into what is now called the Middle East, and he had thousands of people in his entourage and what have you. And he gave gold to everybody. All along the way, he created a whole crisis in the economy in some countries because the value of gold was so depressed as a consequence. He built mosques and things on the way there. And this is what they were looking for. They were trying to find out where the hell that gold came from. And so they started rolling. This was one of the things that prompted them to try, to get to these different places around the coast of Africa for the longest period of time. That was the thing that motivated them. So not some map-making expedition that they were involved in, but they wanted the resources. And we're talking about the emergence of the colonial mode of production. When you see what happened in the 1300s even, you see what was happening with looking for those gold and resources and how they began to attack different parts of Africa. So by, Uhuru.
Uhuru. We have a couple of more comments, and we will have to make number 11 the last one, so we can close out tonight. And really appreciate this.
Great. Yes. Thank you, Chairman, for that. So just two more comments. One from Amalia in Israel. Thank you so much for making this happen. Another Zoom comment.
Who is that from?
Amalia in Israel. Thanks so much for making this happen.
Mm-hmm.
And Angelica in St. Louis said, the perspective of the chairman's African internationalism is so crucial for looking at the world right side up, acknowledging this subject versus object thing as the relation between colonizers and colonized. I pledge $50 a month for the year of 2022 in support of the USM Solidarity Center. as a one-time donation. So
Uhuru.
Angelica, incredible. And then this will be our final question for tonight from Nia Kumba. Uhuru Chairman, speaking of coups, can you speak to the so-called coup in Burkina Faso under Sankara? Would you call it a coup? I know that tonight's topic is not on Sankara.
Well, it is on a certain mode of operandi, if you will, of the imperialists, and they killed Sankara for sure. Sankara was a serious throne. He had challenged the entire, and Sankara, for people, Thomas Sankara was the head of state in Burkina Faso. In fact, it was he who named it Burkina Faso. I think it was Upper Volta or something like that before that, and which is the land of upright, people, and who really fought for the dignity of African people, and it was French colony. And there's no doubt that France, Camperera, who was Sankara's good friend, participated in murdering him, executing him. And it was clearly one of the typical means by which they protect the colonial mode of production. They killed Sankara, and they put this murderer in power. And now it's really interesting because I think they talked about putting the murderer on trial. Now they pushed him out. They talk about trying him in some kind of court, but they put him there. Camperera, it was his name. So I think it's just a part of the whole modus operandi. It's just the way the imperialists have always worked. And then they talk this stuff about being democracy and fair play, and the value of elections, et cetera. And the value of elections are valuable only if it goes their way. If it doesn't go their way, then they are no good at all. So they killed Sankara. They murdered Sankara. Look at what happened in Honduras. I mean, you can go all across the world and see, how the U.S. in particular. I mean, they still occupy Cuba. Mm-hmm. Guantanamo Bay, that's Cuban territory. Talking about colonialism, it's nasty. It's nasty, and it's essentially white. And that's how whiteness has come to be equated with colonizer. Uhuru.
True. Thank you for that. This has been a really dynamic discussion. I just really appreciate all the comments and questions we got, and the political analysis from you, Chairman. Really powerful. So we just want to, we're almost done here. We just want to end with a fundraising update. Really want to say a big thank you to Len in St. Louis, Diane in Gainesville, Florida, Wendy in Oakland, Abby in St. Anne, Missouri, Angelica in St. Louis, Amanda in St. Louis, and Shabaka. So if we count the $50 a month pledge from Angelica through the end of the year, the total donated is $1,080. Uhuru! That's so incredible. So keep it coming. We will put these resources to work in the most incredible way at the new Uhuru Solidarity Center. So thank you everyone tonight for your questions. Before we head to announcements and conclude today's event, APSC Chair Penny Hess and USM Chair Jesse, do you have any other closing comments for tonight?
Uhuru, just really want to thank Chairman Omali Yeshitela so much. That was so profound. There is no place else that we can hear anything like this being put out. And this is so obviously the truth. This is so clear, seeing the world through the understanding of colonialism as the mode of production. It makes sense, and it gives us the ability as white people, as part of the colonizers, to be able to join the rest of humanity, not as the U.S. Army or the military front of U.S. imperialism, but to join the world and to be able to take a place under the new world that is coming, under the leadership of the African working class, the indigenous people, having their land back, which belongs to them, and the people on the planet Earth rightfully having their resources, their land, their culture, self-determination and power over their lives. That is the world that that I want to be part of, and I think that you do too. And Chairman, thank you so much. That was powerful. Also want to really thank and salute Benjamin Prado from Unión del Barrio for coming on and and so many times have been on, and just a long, very long relationship with the African People's Socialist Party. So that was powerful, and thank you for the contribution that you made. Thank everybody who contributed tonight and who came on to this, joined the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, joined the African People's Solidarity Committee. Uhuru, the party is winning. And, want to ask Jesse to say a few things, but Chairman, I wanted to see if you had a few, any last words to contribute tonight. Jesse, and then Jesse, you want to say a couple things? And
I just echo everything that you just said, Chairwoman Penny, and it was just a tremendous honor to participate in this discussion. Thank you to you, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, for your leadership and for the profound analysis, and to you, Chairwoman Penny, and everybody who participated. The discussion was really great, I thought, and this was a really important event tonight that arms us to understand what we have to do as white people to work under the leadership of the African working class and the African People's Socialist Party and fight for reparations as the way that we can take a stand against all U.S. war and all colonial violence throughout the world, and in solidarity with oppressed peoples everywhere. So I thought this was a great event, and thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to participate.
And before we go, can you just announce the USM convention coming up?
Absolutely, yes. So if you want more of what you experienced tonight, you should definitely come to the Uhuru Solidarity Movement National Convention on March 19th and 20th. If you're in St. Louis, you can join us on March 18th for a rally for reparations at the Arch, which is an infamous monument symbolizing genocide and colonialism. And we plan to be there with loud and highly visible banners proclaiming reparations to African people and no more genocide in our name. Reparationsrally.eventbrite.com is where you can get more information on that. And then that weekend, March 19th and 20th, will be the Uhuru Solidarity Movement's National Convention, Unity Through Reparations, Reparations Through Organization. And you can go to uhurusolidarity.org/register and get signed up for 2 jam-packed days of revolutionary political education from our keynote speakers, including Chairman Omali Yeshitela, Chairwoman Penny Hess, and Deputy Chair Onezene Yeshitela, and also practical work that we can do as white people to build the movement for reparations to African people under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party to a whole new level in this year of 2022. So uhurusolidarity.org/register is where you can go tonight to get signed up for the USM National Convention. Uhuru.
Uhuru, thank you. And Chairman, thank you again so much. And just, give us some parting words.
I just want to express my appreciation for your giving me this opportunity to discuss some of the things that we've talked about. I think it's really important to have this discussion. I appreciate the fact that we had this forum to do that and to be able to discuss the world from an African internationalist perspective. The thing is, of course, that it continues to hopefully help us to understand that there is no such thing as some kind of theory about the oppression of African people that happens in some kind of vacuum. If it's a genuine theory, then it speaks to the relationship that Africans have to the world, not just to each other, not just to white people, and how it got to be this way. I really appreciate having an opportunity to have this discussion. I also would look forward to in the future being able to say some things about Russia and China that make them both different in terms of affecting this colonial mode of production. And so I think that's that can be an important discussion, and I'm sure we'll be seeing more. I may have written something about it already. I'm not sure. I may have, but I do want to be able to do that. And so I want to thank you very much. I think it's a very important discussion. And I think that also it's a clearer demonstration, comrades, of the real practical significance of the existence of the African People's Solidarity Committee as a concrete expression of African internationalism that moves to solve problems, to take the covers off, as opposed to this tendency that happens where you have theory that cannot explain the world, and therefore, and in a way that helps to change the world, and therefore covers up the contradictions of the colonial capitalist system. But that's not what this does, and that's not the existence of the African People's Solidarity Committee does. So thank you so much, comrades. I really appreciate being here. Uhuru.
Uhuru, and unity through reparations.
Right on. Relentless.
Relentless.
Uhuru.
Vanguard up.
Vanguard up.
Vanguard up. Uhuru, thank you so much.
And Ben Hameen, good to see you, Ben Hameen. Yeah, more and more. This is great discussion for the colonized to be having this discussion. We taking all the space so that the opportunists from the settlers and colonizers, we take all the space so that they are not able to define us anymore in a vacuum. Thank you so much, comrades. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Ben Hameen says, same here, comrade. Uhuru.
Uhuru.
So we are going to close out tonight. We just have a couple announcements. So first, you can hear Chairman Omali Yeshitela every Sunday morning on his show, #Omali Talk.
Uhuru. Relentless. Salute Chairman Omali Yeshitela and that brilliant event from 2022. Salute the Uhuru 3. Hands off the Uhuru 3. Unity through reparations. Wow, what an incredible day. So I just want to remind everyone that's joining us that the jury for the Uhuru 3 case is currently in deliberations. We will be broadcasting until 1 p.m. Eastern time today, and we will break in with news from our Burning Spear media correspondent live in Tampa, should a verdict come in during the broadcast. So we're going to keep moving forward, continuing with today's broadcast. Next, we have the last video in this series of presentations by the chairman, summing up our position on the Russia-Ukraine war. And this one comes from the Omali Taught Me online political education series. In this special edition of #Omali Taught Me, African People's Socialist Party Agitprop Director Akile Anai interviews Chairman Omali, who is joined by ASI Secretary General Luwezi Kinshasa and Director of Organization for the ASI, Chair Tafari Mugeri. Uhuru.
Lit. revolution is lit.
Uhuru comrades, and welcome to today's special Omali Taught Me Sunday Study webinar, where we'll be hearing from the leader of the African nation and the worldwide African revolution on the situation with Russia and Ukraine, issuing the response on behalf of the African nation. We ask that you take a moment to like and share this video and tag someone you know right now to join this discussion. We'll have special guest Secretary General of the African Socialist International, Luwezi Kinshasa, and ASI Africa Regional Director of Organization, Tafari Mugari. There will be a question and answer period. You may type your questions into the chat at any point during this webinar. This study is also serving as the kickoff of Black Power 96 Radio's Spring Member Fund Drive, which is currently broadcasting this webinar on our FM airwaves. You will have an opportunity to become a supporting member of this station that's not only explaining the world, but changing it. We will be acknowledging our donors, announcing one-of-a-kind givebacks, and calling on you for support. Our goal by the end of this show is to raise $2,000. You can contribute at any time during the program by donating at our website, blackpower96.org/donate. Let's begin this discussion. The African People's Socialist Party and Chairman Omali Yeshitela, along with the leaders of Venezuela, China, Iran, Cuba, and Nicaragua, have spoken in opposition to the US imperialist-created crisis in Ukraine and in solidarity with the people of Russia and their elected government and leadership. On Thursday, February 24th, the Foreign Ministry of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela issued a statement expressing its worry over the worsening of the crisis in Ukraine and lamenting the mockery and violation of the Minsk Accords of the part of NATO encouraged by the United States of America. This current military situation in Ukraine was fomented by years of NATO encroachments, US CIA coups, color revolutions, slander, and US sanctions designed to starve the Russian people since the fall of the USSR, something engineered by the US during the 1980s with the US-backed coup in Afghanistan on the Soviet border that overthrew a progressive government and president of Afghanistan that had a relationship with the USSR. The New York Times is reporting that today up to 95% of the people of Afghanistan are starving and babies are rapidly dying following the 20-year occupation of the country by the US colonial military. Since 1991, the US has worked to contain Russia. According to one online source, since the dissolution of the Soviet Union in 1991, the NATO military alliance has extended its borders 800 miles to the east, incorporating Poland, Hungary, Czechia, Bulgaria, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Romania, Slovakia, Slovenia, Croatia, Montenegro, and North Macedonia. In 2021, NATO officially recognized Ukraine itself as an aspiring member, and Sweden and Finland are also considering joining the anti-Russia alliance. Both Finland and Estonia are less than 200 kilometers, 125 miles, from St. Petersburg, and Ukraine's eastern border is less than 750 kilometers, 465 miles from Moscow. Putin's demands include a commitment from Ukraine to abstain from joining NATO. NATO was created to contain and attack Russia. The situation in Ukraine today also follows the wave of US-backed color revolutions throughout the territories that have been part of the former Soviet Union, including the Rose Revolution in Georgia in 2003, the Orange Revolution in Ukraine in 2004, the Tulip Revolution in Kyrgyzstan in 2005, or the Arab Spring in Asia and Africa in 2011, among many other counterinsurgencies against anti-colonial movements and struggles for independence around the world and inside the US as part of what Chairman Omali Yeshitela has termed the colonial mode of production. The US bourgeois media paints the narrative that Biden, the US, and their partners are the champions of democracy, while slanderously depicting the Russians as the aggressors. This lie is meant to obscure the fact that it is US imperialism, built and sustained by the enslavement and oppression of African people and theft of our resources, which has been responsible for the violence in Ukraine over the past 8 years or more. A US-backed coup ousted the democratically elected president in Ukraine in 2014. This CIA coup in 2014 paved the way for the ascendancy of the reactionary white nationalist government of Vladimir Zelensky, former professional comedian. Zelensky is tied to the paramilitary, anti-Russian, pro-US Svoboda Party. He has also expressed ambitions for Ukraine to join NATO. US and Europe are denouncing Russian troop movements, meanwhile funneling billions of dollars in arms into Ukraine, on top of more than 150 military advisors, including special ops forces. Since the 2014 coup, the US-backed Ukrainian military forces have slaughtered over 14,000 people in the Donbas region of eastern Ukraine, where the majority of the residents support and identify with Russia. As one online article stated, Ukraine has already been massively weaponized by the United States since the CIA-backed coup d'etat in Kiev in 2014 brought to power a neo-Nazi regime obsessed with antagonizing Russia. The Biden administration has boosted inventories for anti-tank missiles and other lethal weaponry with plans for further increases. Now it emerges that additional supplies are on the way from both the US and Britain. Britain is to send anti-tank weapons to Ukraine along with military advisors. The same US imperialism that was built on slavery, genocide, and colonialism is now posturing as the moral and the political authority of the world. The US colonial capitalist state murders African people inside the US every single day, including George Floyd, Amir Locke, Breonna Taylor, and millions of others. It is the same state that occupies and wages genocidal mass murder and terror throughout the world, such as in Libya, Iraq, Afghanistan, Palestine, Somalia, Haiti, Congo, and Yemen. Only Chairman Omali Yeshitela and the theory of African internationalism can make sense of the situation today and show the way forward under the leadership of the African Revolution. It is only the profound analysis of the world and world economy that Chairman has termed colonialism as the mode of production that we can begin to understand the dialectical relationship that connects all events in the world within the colonial mode of production built on the enslavement and colonial domination of African and oppressed peoples. As Chairman Omali Yeshitela has stated, the oppressive conditions faced by Africa, Africans, and the majority of the peoples of the world are globally connected to the experience of affluence and power by the white population that is dependent on a pedestal of colonial domination. African internationalism connects the current political and economic configuration of the world to the colonial enslavement of Africa and African people. It proves that capitalism emerges as a parasitic world economy born at the expense of Africa, Africans, and all the world's peoples who are subjected to foreign and alien colonial rule up to this date. It's my honor now to welcome the leader of the African nation and worldwide African revolution, who will deepen our understanding surrounding the struggle between Russia and the Ukraine. Chairman Omali Yeshitela will also be bringing up Secretary General Luwezi Kinshasa and Director Tafari Mugari to start this discussion. So Uhuru, comrades, Uhuru Chairman, SG, and Director Tafari, want to go ahead and begin this discussion. We've heard this overview, and we know that in both Chairman's books, An Uneasy Equilibrium and Vanguard, Chairman provides a thorough analysis of the crisis of imperialism, and through scientific investigation, the Chairman was able to predict the escalation of conflict between forces like China and Russia against the US. So let's start this discussion by just talking about how this situation between Russia and Ukraine are manifestations of this crisis. Uhuru, comrades.
Uhuru, thank you so much, Comrade Director Akile. First, I want to recognize, I think it's really important for the purpose of this discussion in terms of understanding who we are conducting this discussion, that Comrade Secretary General Luwezi Kinshasa is located in England. He's in England now, though from Congo, and because of the way this colonial capitalism operates and functions in the whole world, the center of it has always been Africa and African people. And so Comrade Luwezi Kinshasa is in England now as a refugee from Congo. And Comrade Tafari Mugari, who is the chair of the African People's Socialist Party in South Africa and responsible for the work that the African People's Socialist Party is doing throughout the continent of Africa, and it is extensive. He is located in what is called South Africa, occupied Azania. This is where white people, white settlers who were having difficulties in the white world, left there and attacked Africa and put themselves there. And now, even today, at least indirectly, in the company of an array of white forces in the world, that includes those who engage in attacking Russia, they now dominate. So Comrade Tafari is there in South Africa. Comrade Luizi is there in England, and I'm speaking to you from the United States. The other thing I want to mention really quickly is that this discussion that we're having is occurring from Black Power 96 FM radio station. It is a radio station that is supportive of the efforts of African people for total liberation, and it is really important to the work that we do and forces who are struggling for liberation globally, and that this is not some radio station that's supported with funds from corporations or anything like that. The monies that support this radio station come from you. And this is really important because this gives you an opportunity to support the struggle for the liberation of African people. This is really important. And this show that we are doing now is a part of an effort to also galvanize resources from you. This show has to raise $2,000 today before the show is over, before this discussion is over. And I'm calling on you to send that $2,000. And the sooner you get the $2,000 to us, then the more time we can dedicate to just this discussion, which is extremely important. So we won't have to continue to take breaks to say, send us the $2,000, send the $2,000 now. And we can go deeply into the discussion that so many people are interested in, and one that revolves around questions so many people are struggling to understand. So having said that, I think it's really important to, and so you can do that by sending resources to Black Power, BP96.org, BP96.org, blackpower96.org /donate. Send the $2,000 so that we can just go ahead and spend most of this time in this discussion. So Comrades, Secretary General Luizi and Director Tafari, it's good to see you. And I think that that we will be talking about some of the things that the introduction to this discussion already brought to us, the overview brought to us. We'll be talking about some things about the history of NATO. And we say words like NATO, but NATO is an organization that came into existence in 1949. And prime key to its existence was the attack on the Soviet Union. And so right now, NATO is an organization of something like 30 countries right now. It didn't start out as 30 countries. It started out as most of the colonial countries after the Second Imperialist World War to redivide the world. And that's what that war was about, to redivide the world. After the Second Imperialist World War, to redivide the world, the fear of this notion of workers of the world taking power that was coming from Soviet Russia, or the Soviet Union, often referred to as Soviet Russia, galvanized all the colonial powers to consolidate this military force that would surround Russia as much as they could, surround and contain what they call the Soviet Union. That was the primary basis for the creation of this organization. People hear the term NATO, but they don't understand necessarily that what we're looking at right now is 30 different countries organized as a military force that came into existence primarily to contain or attack Russia. And make no mistake about it, because that's just the beginning of NATO. But we're talking about the attack against Russia has been going on by the colonial powers for more than 100 years. In 1917, after the successful workers' revolution in the Soviet Union, in Russia, that created the Soviet Union, in 1917, the colonial powers of the world, including the United States, invaded Russia to make sure that working people around the world would not have power. And especially, as you and I know, the foundation of the workers of the world have been African people who have been forced into labor to create the social system that we're looking at right now. So it's more than just what's happened over the last couple of years. We'll talk about what happened over the last 8 years with Ukraine, but it started much earlier than that. In fact, what happened in Ukraine is a part of that whole process that's been going on for more than 100 years to neutralize Russia. And at one time, it was characterized as Soviet Russia. At one time, the struggle was disguised as one that was dealing with the question of the workers of the world coming to power with communist ideas. But the reality is that even at the height of the power of the Soviet Union, we didn't see a single fight happen between the Russians and the Americans, or the Russians and the Brits, except for that invasion that happened in 1917. What the war happened in what they call the Cold War. And the Cold War exposes to us what this struggle was really about. And this struggle, from the very beginning, from its inception, was maintaining the colonial domination of the world by the colonizers, by white power. Because this is what gave birth to the socialist system, to the so-called capitalist system that all of them are trying to protect. Jesus didn't bring it. It wasn't Allah or something like that. This system has its origin in the enslavement of African people and the colonial domination of the peoples of the world. That's why we live in a world today it's not a communist world. They can't claim to be fighting against communism today. So what are they fighting for? To protect the social system that has as its foundation colonial slavery, the domination of the peoples of the world by this particular social system that gives energy and sustenance to the world economy as it exists today. So I think it's really important to say that, and to say that what we have, and that we cannot understand this question simply by talking about capitalism and socialism and communism. In order to get this thing right, we have to understand the origin of the contradiction. And that what we are working with is what came into existence as a colonial mode of production, all activity, the relations of production, the forces of production function as a part of a colonial mode of production. It's never been characterized as a colonial mode of production because the colonizers were the ones who were defining it. And when I say the colonizers, I'm not talking about somebody who necessarily had evil intentions. I'm talking about where they were located in the structures, and they came about as an existence of this process. And these colonizers define themselves as white in relationship to the rest of the world. It is colonialism that gave birth to the white man. There was no white man before colonialism. It's colonialism, which helps us to understand that the characterization of people as white, this is something that came about as a function of an economic base that's on slavery, black slavery, the attack on Africa and what have you. And this is the superstructure. The superstructure of those ideas, the religions sometimes, the ideas, the culture, the legal institutions and what have you, they are born of an economic base. And what is the economic base? The economic base is colonial slavery. So this has affected the worldview of everybody. And if you don't get that, Africans, you're in trouble, because you'll be fighting on this treadmill forever. And all those who are supposed to be your friends who will fight for you, with you against quote unquote capitalism, but they won't necessarily fight with you against the colonial mode of production, which gave rise to capitalism, which capitalism needs for its existence. So that's why it's important to talk about. So when we talk about what's happening in Ukraine, we're talking about what's happening in Russia, we're also talking about the colonial mode of production. Let's say this. People are concerned because of what, I say people, I mean the colonizers. I mean, they are talking about Russia and they are talking about China, and China is a real problem for U.S. imperialism also. And at one side of their view, they're watching China. They've been threatening China and they're threatening Russia. And the fact is that the difference in China and Russia from the rest of Europe and from the rest of what people like to refer to dark-skinned people around the world is that China did not come into this era of existence through as a neo-colony. Most of the so-called dark peoples of the world who exist now, they are neo-colonists, white power in blackface, yellowface, brownface, and stuff like that. That's what you're looking at. But China didn't come into existence like that. The China that we're looking at now came into existence as a consequence of revolution. And it existed, it was a semi-colony and had been under colonial forces for a long period of time, and they had a magnificent revolution in 1949 that liberated China and then thrust this into the trajectory that it's on now. Similar to what it's on now. Then the same thing is true of Russia. When you look at Europe, Europe came into existence. This capitalism came about as a consequence of movement from feudalism through what Karl Marx liked to refer to is a primitive accumulation of capital, which is simply colonialism. Russia didn't come into contemporary history through colonialism. In fact, part of what the so-called West, the colonial powers of the world did was to make sure that they kept Russia from entering into the world economy that will allow them to extract value from Africa and all the other colonial places. This is why this Cold War was happening, in part because Russia is trying to escape this trap that white power, the colonizers, put it in and trying to penetrate and influence what was happening in Africa and other places so that Russia too would have the ability to develop. I'm saying this notwithstanding how this thing was expressed ideologically within different spheres of interest, but this is the objective basis for those struggles. So Russia comes into existence not as a consequence of going from feudalism to capitalism. It came into existence through revolution. The Russian Revolution took Russia from this place of semi-feudal entity into modernity as we understand it today. They made a revolution. And so even the ideas that you see functioning inside Russia are not the similar or the same as the ideas that you would see happening in other parts of Europe. I'm not trying to offer up a Russia as utopia or anything like that, because Russia is not socialist or anything. There never was this kind of socialism that they're talking about, but Russia came into this mode of production, the colonial mode of production. China has come into the colonial mode of production on its own terms. It didn't come as a part of the group. And so for the longest period of time, people like Brzezinski, who was an advisor to Obama and one of the most insignificant thinking representative of white power up until recently, had proposed that the U.S. would have to find a way, given the fact that it was losing ground all around the world, it's going to have to find a way to incorporate Russia and China into its forward trajectory. You got to bring Russia and China in, and you got to lead from behind more or less. You still can maintain leadership, but not in the way you've done it before. This is what the line has been. But Russia and China refused to come in to the U.S. sphere in that way because they refuse to be submissive. They refuse to subordinate the interests of Russia and China to that of the United States. So they came in on their own terms. And this has been a problem. And so they have been contending now for a long period of time. The U.S. made the mistake. All the white colonial powers made the mistake that they could go into China like they have gone into the other colonial countries and then treat them and trick them and bring them into their sphere and dominate them and take all the resources away from China. And when you say what resources, you're talking about more than 1 billion people. And what they had said, they had assumed that if they could sell just 1 yard of cloth, of fabric, to every Chinese, that would in and of itself would be a tremendous amount of value, but they got cheap workers. You got people who can work, and they took all of the factories and everything into China. They took much of the technology into China, and China built and built and built and made them rich. But China was also at the same time building China. And China was conscious of that. That's what the Chinese Revolution helped it to do. And so now you got China and Russia, who are part of the everything that functions is functioning as a part of this whole colonial mode of production, but they do it on different terms, and there's no way to say exactly how this thing is going to end in terms of whether China or Russia, where they will go ultimately. But one thing we do know for sure is that Russia and China have both
created a problem for the existing social system and the existing relations that have been based on this colonial capitalist thing. So since 1940, since the end of the Second Imperialist World War, you saw the emergence of this thing that they refer to as the Atlanticist group. The Atlanticist group are those white colonial countries that consolidated themselves and created, that's where the North Atlantic Treaty Organization came from, a part of this Atlanticist group. The United Nations was created by this Atlanticist group. Initially, they tried to do that after the First Imperialist World War, where they had the Treaty of Versailles that happened in France, where they were going to organize all the colonial countries into this body, international body, that would moderate the relationships that existed among the colonizers so they would never have to fight each other again for the redivision of the world. We don't have to kill everybody. What we do is we come to this relationship and we can dominate the world from this perspective. This was the perch. This was in 1919. This is the thing that spurred Garvey's statement, Africa. You don't divide Africa. Africa for Africans at home and abroad. I think it's really important for us to understand this history, because if you don't, you'll be understanding somebody else's history and not your own. You won't be understanding your own influence in the development of history. So I think that's really important. So that happened in 1919. But the US Congress would not support Woodrow Wilson's move to create to participate in this League of Nations. And so it took another war. So that you had a situation, because they didn't have that, they didn't have that relationship where they would collectively dominate the world. Another war broke out to redivide the world among the colonizers. This was called World War II. At the end of the Second Imperialist World War, they created the United Nations, and they were able to do this more effectively now because of what had happened with World War I. So they now concluded that we're going to have to get all the white people, all the colonizers together to dominate the world. And so now they have the United Nations. And they brought mostly white people in white countries, except they had this puppet regime out of China. They call it Republic of China. This is Taiwan. This is the thing that there's all this discussion and struggle is around today. Chiang Kai-shek, a reactionary force who was in China, who lost China due to revolution and fled to Taiwan with his group, a tiny island that the United States and most of the colonial powers of the world recognize as China. This represents China, not the billion people who are on what they call the mainland, which was China itself. So that's sort of how the whole world situation sort of got consolidated that we're looking at today. And Africa was no place to be considered except for what Garvey had done. What Garvey had done to pull Africa to fight for our own interests. And so now sitting on top of this platform of the domination of the peoples of the world, all the economic and political activity globally functions from that perspective. So even though we have a China, we have a Russia that's not part of, has not been a part of effectively the global mode of production that we know as colonialism up to now, they have entered into, they're fighting not like the Chinese of Mao who said, let's fight to overturn this system. They aren't saying, let's overturn the system. The Russians are not fighting like the Russians of Lenin and Stalin who said, let's overturn the system, at least for a moment. They are now fighting to find a way to compete inside the system. You with me? We have no future inside this system. Africans have no future inside this system, nor do Chinese and Russians for that matter. So that is workers, Chinese workers and Russian workers for that matter. The system has been overturned. That says something about our responsibility as the African People's Socialist Party, something about why we are here today, because we are organizing to govern for power. This is not just some empty discussion that we have. We want to define the world in a way that will help us to overturn the world as it exists and bring Africa and the colonized peoples of the world, who are the foundation of the world economy, into leadership. So that's part of what it is that I think is really important for us to understand. So NATO is not an accident. It's not just this innocent group of like they like to define the forces in NATO and the forces who head up the United Nations. And the United Nations also is strictly created for the purpose of the white people to lead. They have this thing called the Security Council that they had to ultimately let China come into as China.
They like to refer to themselves as the world community, the international community. The international community condemn Russia. The international community condemns China. The international community says this and that. They're talking about white people, the colonial powers, and those folk who they can drag, who embrace their interests. And so for a period of time now, there's been some concern because Russia has not gone along with the things that they've tried to do, has sought its own path, has fought against the ongoing encroachment of NATO onto Russia, a threat to Russia's existence, national integrity, and Ukraine was one of the most obvious, most recent features. They've done it throughout for a while. You heard the director Akile, when she gave this overview, talk about how this NATO encroachment has gone for something like, I think she said something like 800 miles toward the border of Russia. Well, Ukraine was a place that they could not allow to retreat. Russia couldn't retreat anymore because Ukraine represents a dagger pointed right at the heart of Russia. And it's been armed to the teeth by the white colonizers. They did a coup against the government that refused to come into the European Union and refused to unite with the so-called West and favored a relationship with Russia. And they overthrew this guy. The CIA and other forces initiated a coup, overthrew him, and put in place forces like they like to refer to as Nazis and all that. And they were all of those things, but they're not the fact that they were Nazis that was important to us, because a Nazi colonizer and a democratic colonizer doesn't make that much difference to us. We are living under colonial domination no matter what. And so now they have this dagger that's pointed right at the heart of Russia. And that's what they wanted to use Ukraine as, this land base that can go straight into Russia anytime they wanted to, was this horrible threat. This was, they call Ukraine, was actually white power, US power in Ukrainian face that was there as a threat to Russia. And this is what's led us to this discussion. So this place and the whole social system under this colonial mode of production has been in a state of crisis for some time now, as a consequence of peoples around the world struggling to find their freedom, fight for their freedom. And this is the basis for much of what we're looking at. So I just wanted to I know that this was an extensive kind of discussion, but I don't think we can understand any damn thing that's happening here without understanding that we're looking at a mode of production that's called, we call the colonial mode of production. Everything happens colonial, and this is the thing that helps Africans and other colonized people to understand our centrality, that we are not just some auxiliary footnote to the history of white people, whether we are in Venezuela, whether we are in Africa, whether we in New Jersey, in the United States, or South Africa, or any place like that, that the fundamental to the existence of the social system is Africa, and those of us who function as the colonial foundation for all everything that we see. Uhuru, thank you, comrade. So I just wanted to open that up, and comrade director, I know that I sort of went off script, and there are some things that that questions that we want to make sure that we entertain, and I wanted to open this up too, so that the comrades Tafari and Luese can jump in anytime they want to on what's been said. I'm going to make sure that we cover much of what you have laid out needs to be discovered, Comrade Akile, but I wanted to make this more of a discussion so that I think it adds a little dynamism to this process. Uhuru.
Uhuru. All right, welcome back to the official broadcast of the free speech trial of the century, the US government versus the Uhuru Three. Again, my name is Stephanie Midler. I'm a member of the African People's Solidarity Committee. We're an organization of white people working under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party, created by the party in 1976, winning white people into principled solidarity, and with the African Liberation Movement and the struggle for reparations to African people. And I want to salute the Hands Off Uhuru, Hands Off Africa Fight Back Coalition, which includes over 150 endorsing organizations, for more than 2 years now, having waged a relentless counteroffensive against the US government's attempts to silence the voice of Chairman Omali Yeshitela and the Uhuru Movement. And so we want to remind everyone that's joining us today that the jury for the Uhuru 3 case is currently in deliberations. So though we're in the process now of wrapping up the live broadcast for today, we will let everyone know when the verdict comes in. Go to handsoffuhuru.org and sign up for the emergency alerts if you haven't already. Stay tuned to the handsoffuhuru.org website and the Burning Spear TV YouTube channel for updates. And as always, the Spanish language trial update will be live at 8 p.m. Eastern, and the French language trial update will be live at 2 a.m. Eastern, which is 8 a.m. France time. Both will be live at the Burning Spear TV YouTube channel. Also, we want to call on everyone, a reminder, call on everybody to participate in the call-in campaign. I know everyone wants to be there in Tampa, supporting the Uhuru 3, showing your support. If you can't be there in person, go to handsoffuhuru.org and click on the green button for the call-in campaign details right at the top of the page. And you can also share the Hands Off Uhuru, Hands Off Africa campaign on social media. You can go to handsoffuhuru.org and click on that Take Action drop-down menu for the social media toolkit that gives you the ability to share all of the information. So again, thank you to everyone for joining us today. Thank you, Comrade Mariah, for co-hosting. We'll be back again tomorrow, 8 a.m. Eastern. Just want to say, Uhuru, hands off.